let's start taking questions from this thing. Moina, I'm going to be expecting the questions on my distance so I don't miss any question. Yeah. So for the sake of those people who are going to be joining on YouTube, some people are joining us on YouTube. So please note that this is being streamed to YouTube. So people on YouTube can like basically see us, right? So this is a career clarity session by in Africa. We are going to be discussing career issues. What is stopping people from progressing? Maybe it is skills, maybe it is environment, whatever it is. So I'm going to be expecting the question. So Moise, can we have info? So I may jump your question if your question has been addressed as I was talking to. And please, even if you feel your question is, you know a lot of things, I always say wisdom is where you look at someone else's this thing and you are going to pick something from it. See, I appreciate for your thought. Thank you very much. Please, I'm currently working as a teller and studying data science because I want to transition. Can I take in iTrain? Please, can I take in? I'm not sure. Are you saying, can you take data? I'm not sure. As a teller, you are studying data science because I want to transition. You are already studying data science. So who is that question? Who is that question? Lapa. Shelly Lapa, the question is confusing. Are you asking me? I'm not sure what you're asking, but are you asking if you can, as in of the course you can take in iTrain Africa, or if you are asking, because if you say you're already studying, that you already have a place you are studying data science. I'm assuming that is what. So if you are asking what kind of Africa is in terms of course, I would say it is a workplace foundational skills. Because why? I'm going to share something with you. I think today I created posts and the post find that, and I'm going to probably ask Moina to share it. And what was that thing about? I said 30%, rather 5% of, like, there's a formula to getting job or transitioning. There is a what? Formula to getting jobs or transitioning. And the formula goes thus. For emerging jobs, data analysis is an emerging job. What is an emerging job? Things like lawyer, doctor. Okay, great. My network was frozen for a bit. So I was saying that what are emerging jobs? Emerging jobs are jobs that are occurring as a result of advancement or technology. Data science, for instance, is one of those jobs. Data science is one of those jobs. It is an emerging role. Now, lawyer, doctor, all those things are not emerging. They've been in existence for a while. So now for an emerging job, here is the formula. It is 5% your education, academic degree, 30% soft skills, 30% hard skill, 35% relevant work experience. Let me break it down. Lapa, you said you are taking data analysis because you want to transition. Data analysis is the technical 30%. Is that people call it hard skill or they call it technical skill? So if it is a hard or technical skill, data analysis is a technical skill, right? What it means is that in that formula, 5% is academic. I am assuming that you have academic qualification somehow, right? So you have 5%. You are learning data analysis. So we cannot say you have 30% because we said 30% is technical. You are still learning it. You don't have it. So let's assume we give you 15. That means plus the 5% that is your regular that you went to school. That's 20. If you don't have soft skills, and what are soft skills? Let me share my screen with you. There are some things I will ask questions. You must be asking yourself, do I have it? Do I have it? Do I have it? If you don't have it, that means you do not have, because it is possible. Normally, soft skills are workplace skills, like skills that you acquire that is not necessarily your job. For instance, you want to do data analysis for an organization. That organization works as all the staff members are remote. So for you to be able to present the data you have analyzed, which is your primary thing they are paying you for, they now say, our data analyst to gather the team, present them this thing. That's as a data analyst. If you just say gather the team, remember I said the team is virtual, as in they are in separate places. Gather the team and present what you have. If you are unable to set up a Zoom meeting, add it to their calendar, come here, present, make sure in your presentation, you have a fantastic PowerPoint slide with images, relevant images and all that. And you cannot, during the meeting, take a poll. What did I say? As in, sample the opinions. You cannot break them out into breakout rooms during that meeting. You cannot, after the meeting, create a survey form to say, please, I want your feedback on that thing that I said. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even if your primary skill is a technical skill, data science, but your inability to set up meeting, add to people's calendar, notify them when the meeting is about to come up, break out room during that thing, make sure you are controlling people and not making noise in your meeting, make sure you collect the feedback form. After the feedback form, you analyze your responses. You see all the things I just described. They are not part of your technical skill, but you must have them to be able to deliver on your work. That is what I refer to as soft skills. Is the email you wrote in communication, does it have the relevant title? There is a system to actually writing an email that is coherent. I did not learn this email writing till I was in the UK in 2018. Before I would write email, I would jump pack email. When I say I would jump pack email, no, like apparently for you to write an email that makes sense in a global distance, for every paragraph you write, if you are trying to express a different opinion about another thing, you must paragraph it and start the next opinion in another paragraph. You do not write something and put a title and be writing capital. When you are, look, when I started working globally, I realized that I could use important. There's a sign that is important, like red, like this, dots. When an email is important, you want your team member to attend to it first, you will use the important sign on that email. Did I realize these things? I did not. Because I did not know, and nobody talks about it. All those small, people always say there are small things. I said, but auntie, you said something is small, but that is the reason you did not hire me, not because I don't have data analysis this thing. Now, ask yourself, is that thing small? It is not small. Anything that stops us from progressing or getting what we need is a prerequisite. So it doesn't matter whether the thing does not have name. It is now so like asking that they will not say workplace foundational skill. Before, there is nothing, like there's nothing to address those things, but you know in your heart of heart that you are lacking. I'll give an example. I put out something on my Facebook wall the other day, and I said, I need, what are they calling it? Operations person. And I put an instruction. I said, the subject of that email should be operations. Attach your CV. And I got an email from someone who has worked before in a bank. And this person, has worked before in a bank. This person did not write that subject as what I refer to. To top it, they sent me their CV as a Word document. To top it, they made sure that Word document was in their drive. When I clicked that Word document, it was telling me to request access. Guess what? I did not click it to request access. I went on to the next person. If that person only had small knowledge on workplace foundational skills, that you do not attach a document to someone, put it on a drive in a job, this thing, and you are now asking me to request access, to access your CV. Why? I will jump it and go to the next person. So in this case, that person may have been qualified for that job, but I never even got a chance to review it because I don't have that kind of luxury of time. Those are the things we call soft skills. They will not tell you, but you are missing it. So if you ask me, if you're already taking data analysis because you know for sure that it's data analysis, so there are two things now, Lapa. If you're asking for what can you take to increase your chances, I said you have education. I'm assuming you have education 5%. I'm assuming that you are learning data analysis. So even if you have 15% right now, you will progress to the 30%. Now, the remaining two things you probably do not have is soft skill, which is 30%, which is what is on the workplace foundational skill. And the other 35%, which is what? Relevant experience. I have worked for 20 years. You may be a beginner. Why? A beginner is someone who is starting off in a new space. So I have been a nurse. You don't have experience in data analysis. So always asking, which is why I said people should score themselves. Based on where you are, I have said 5% is academic, 30% is soft skill, 30% is hard skill. I've explained what hard skill is. Hard skill could be like digital marketer, content creator, data analysis, cybersecurity, lawyer, doctor. Anything that you will say, employ me as a data analyst, employ me as a doctor, employ me as a lawyer, like that is hard skill. And the hard skill can be technical. What is technical? Like digital marketing, website development, all those things are technical. Hard skill is skill that I will say, I have it. Give me money as in pay me to do the job. That is hard skill. Do you understand? Whereas soft skill is all the things you will use in executing the job. That is not the job itself. Now, relevant work experience can be volunteering experience or paid experience. I will tell you, I wrote in my email in the morning, I said, do you think my academic is how I got that job at UN Life, that's Mission for the United Nations? I said, no. The part I omitted was the fact that when I got to the interview of UN Life, the only experience I ever had work-wise is what? Academic, I taught at the university. They were interviewing for a program coordinator. But the project, they were going to be doing an innovation process where we are going to co-create curriculum for the project with facilitators across 20 plus global locations. I was supposed to coordinate that activity. And for us to co-create, right? Let me show you something on Zoom. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to click whiteboard. I will click whiteboard and I will share my screen. What is a whiteboard? It is a place where people collaboratively do work in such a way that, oh, I have an idea. We want to create a business. I have an idea. You will come together on Zoom and say, start dumping your idea on a whiteboard. That's what a whiteboard is. Now, nobody, like you might even have heard of whiteboard before. Oh, I know there is whiteboard. You've seen it on Zoom. But the fact that you don't know what to do with it in a workplace, that was my saving grace during my UN Live interview. What did they ask me? They said, oh, if you want to do an innovation process, how will you coordinate that? I said, oh, we will get sticky notes, we'll paste it on board. Why? I had been to an innovation lab before. That innovation lab, it is not work. It is like one of those things that I applied for that I won, that they now selected me to go and do it. Do you understand? So it is not work. It is not a paid work experience. But I had the experience from my life, from being part of that innovation lab that I attended. That is why some of you will just be laughing. Nigerians, I remember last 2 years, I organized an hackathon in Nigeria because I was the ambassador of Unleash, right? I organized an hackathon, and youth applied for that hackathon. We were to use a tool. It is called Miro for collaborative work. It had whiteboard. Some of them came to that hackathon, but they were not paying attention. They were waiting for the certificate at the end of the thing to say, I attended, I was selected for Unleash. Now, here is where they deceived themselves. You know what? The process will teach them how to use, like I had to, because I know Africans don't know how to use those kind of collaborative tools. Prior to us starting that thing, I organized like, this is how you do this thing. This is how you do this thing. This is how you do that stuff. Whatever, how you use Miro. Now, they did not attend, but they were waiting for certificates, because why? In Africa, we are so keen and bent on certificates. After, there was something that I had to invite Africans to. Because I did not want to go through the stress of teaching again, I now went to look for those ones that I had done something for before. Guess what? They went through the entire process. They didn't know how to, some of them did not navigate Miro. So this time around, I was not asking for who has attended that program. I was not saying, show me your certificate. I said, just come. Can you like collaboratively work on this thing? So even if they had certificate to say they had been part of that thing that I organized earlier, they couldn't prove their ability to use the tools I used then. And what am I saying is, Africans are fond of, they will go to a learning, data analysis school, webinar, whatever. They will sit down and not participate. They are waiting for what? Certificates. Guess what? Nobody hires you for certificate at the global level. If you want to test it, go and try it out first. Go and do try and error for some time. So at the end of the day, your data analysis, two advice I will give you, Lapa. You are learning it. Please pay attention to it in the whatever school you're learning it. Beyond what they are teaching you in class, practicalize it. Now, the next thing you now need to feel is relevant experience, which is why I was telling you my story. By the time they said, oh, what if this innovation you want to create, what if it was virtual? That was the question. What if it was virtual? By the way, you look at me. Do I look like different from any of you? I'm not even wearing makeup. I'm covering my hair. I don't wear any fancy, like I'm a minimalist. I don't have, like, I'm a minimalist. So it was a Friday. The interview was on a Friday. So I was wearing agbada, not suits. It was on Zoom. Do you understand me? So I'm trying to describe so you know that it is not because of how I was looking. No. So I had to display what was in my head. And it was not about saying academic anything. Nothing regarding that. And I said, oh, what would you, if you had to do that thing remote? I said, oh, I will use the Miro. I said, oh, and they smiled. The fact that I knew the relevant work tool that I will use to execute that particular task, do you know what it meant? It meant that I had done it before. And I had used that tool before. Ask me, where did I use that tool? I went to a global innovation lab physically, so I did not use Miro. But after I finished Unleash Innovation Lab, I volunteered to be part of Unleash local hackathons. What it meant is my knowledge that they gave me in that first lab, which is supposed to be your own data school now, the knowledge I took from there on design thinking, I now had to apply it to create something locally. So I was volunteering to do. So it meant that because now I was organizing something locally that people were not in the same place, I had to now say, what do we use? That was how I knew that Miro was what I could use to do virtual collaboration of an hackathon. If I did not execute it as a volunteer project, I would have lost work that would have paid me thousands of dollars. So you see why I put 35% as relevant work experience. When I said the formula for getting emerging jobs, emerging global jobs is 5% academic. And when I say private, academic can be certification. I know there is someone in this room right now that is saying, let me go and get an MBA. Guess what? It is only 5% that can contribute overall to that your career goal now. 5%. 30% is soft skill. That is what I'm saying. It is on the Workplace Foundational Skills Program. all the small, small things, small in quotes, but big in terms of how it is stopping you. Then the 30% are the ones you hear up and down, data analysis, cybersecurity, and all those things. Those are the ones you hear. I want to transition into tech. I want to do data analysis. I want to do cyber. That is 30%. So if you are in this room and all you've got is 5% academic and 30% of data analysis, cybersecurity, that means you have 35 over 100. I will now ask you, if a student gets 35 over 100 in school, did they pass? They did not pass. So when you are telling they did not employ me, it's because I'm Black. My sister, it's not because you are Black. It is because you do not have the requirements. But in your mind, you are saying, I have done everything humanly possible. I even finished school. I did not get work. I went to get data analysis. I did not still get work. Guess what? You do not know the gap. Like, you do not know the gap you are filling. That is your problem. When you know the gap, you will say, I need to acquire this because this is the gap. Me, I have said, you don't need to go and start asking what is the gap. I have done that research for 3 years. I have tested it on 9 demographics. When I say demographics, like a woman who has had a job before who took a career break, a man who is an artisan, a woman who is an entrepreneur, graduated for several years, did not get a job, a JAMB by 17-year-old that just finished JAMB, an undergraduate, an NYSC person. So I did not say I tested on a woman who is married, who has children and has never worked. I have tested it across board. And there is one single conclusion. The formula remains the same. 5%, 30%, 30%, 35%. If you by chance have academic and you don't have certification in that thing, you don't have data analysis knowledge or whatever, but you have relevant experience, your 5% academic and 35% work will take you out of a failure mark. Won't it? 35 plus 5 is what? 40. It will take you out of a failure mark. So when I got employed as a program coordinator, I had 5% academic, 35% relevant work experience, which was not work, it was volunteering experience. It took me out of a failure zone. I did not have any certification in program coordination or design thinking, but I had the knowledge. Where did I get the knowledge from? So I had the hard skill. What is the hard skill? I had the knowledge from Unleash Global Innovation Lab. They taught me, but there was no certificate for it. So the fact I had no certificate on it means I can't prove it. I can only demonstrate it at an interview. I can't prove it to say this is the paper for it. But I could demonstrate it. How? By talking about in a design thinking process, and it was not knowledge because I have been in an innovation process. I have practical knowledge of it. I was taught the innovation process from problem framing, ideation, prototyping. I was taught. So what it meant is, of all the things, the only one I had certificates for can only carry 5%, the academic, and they did not even ask me. Where did I get my soft skill from? Guess where I got it from? That my UK academic experience. All the things I did not know that was suffering me, I had to learn it. And that is what we call soft skills, are transferable skill set. What did I call it? Soft skills are transferable skill sets, meaning all the soft skills I'm teaching you today in the workplace foundational skills. If you are an entrepreneur, an academic, a freelancer, a professional, you will need it. It doesn't matter what you are doing. That is why it is called transferable skill sets. I carried the knowledge of those soft skills from my academic space and brought it to my entrepreneurship, my business. I carried it from my entrepreneurship when it was time. I went to become a professional at UN Life. They are transferable skill sets. Technical skills is not transferred. Like I cannot say I'm a data analyst. So because I'm a data analyst, I can be a nurse tomorrow. It is not a transferable skill set. It is a technique, it is a hard skill. They are not transferable. So when people are transitioning, I will say, if you have worked before in a digitally savvy environment, you most likely have soft skill. Okay, let me rephrase it. If you have worked and you are doing the job, you are not asking your Gen Z subordinate to come and help you set up Zoom meeting. You are not asking them to set up calendar invites. You are doing the work. Most likely you have soft skill. But if you are in this room, you have worked, but you are working in an old generational system, you will know that there is something you are lacking. They ask you to design a 3D PowerPoint. You cannot design it. My sister, you don't have transferable skill set in soft skills. You will still need to join the Skill for Work Academy on the workplace, because you are working. You are assumed to have soft skills, but you don't have it. At least not the one that is relevant to this time. So if your soft skills, I can use typewriter, whereas the soft skill in this generation is that you need to use how to use probably even swipe, not even a proper keyboard. Do you understand what I'm saying? Relevant soft skill to today's workforce. I used Lapa's question to explain so that everybody that is asking that question of what skill should I learn, you will first ask yourself, I need to have 5% academic, which could be academic of degree, academic of master's, academic of certification, academic of whatever. They are all academic. 30% of relevant soft skill. What is soft skill? All the things that will support your work. Can you create a flow chart? Can you schedule a meeting? Can you set up Zoom? Can you set up Hopin for a conference? Can you, like all those small things? Can you stream a Zoom this thing to YouTube? Can you adjust, like all those things that will support your work? Do you have it? 30%. So I will now ask you, in your paper now, ask yourself, rate yourself. 5%, give yourself mark. 30%, give yourself mark. Over 30, what do you score in soft skills? Over 30, what do you score in hard skills? Score yourself, please. Put it in the comment section. Then, relevant work experience. Like I said, relevant. Not that I want to get job in data analysis. You have 7 years of nursing experience. It is not relevant experience. But if you tell me now that I have done data analysis for my church free for 3 months, it is relevant work experience. Which is why when we were creating the Skill for Work Academy, look, it is easier for me to create a course only, sell it and go. I don't have to use my network. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to go and start meeting partners to say, please, when I finish training this, can you take my eye? It is easy work for me to create courses because the knowledge is in my head. But for every time someone comes into our inbox and says, I have learned data analysis, I want to intern, but I will not take you, I know that is the huge gap, which is why we now created a global career path model. The pro version, where you say, learn the soft skills, start from there. When you are clear on the soft skill, you can now say this hard skill. After I discovered I cannot do data analysis, I cannot do digital marketing. Man, let me do product management. You join it on top. You have 2 things. That means you have 30%, 30%. An employer can decide to take a chance on you with 60%. They can't take a chance on you with 30%. They now say, oh, what if there is someone that has 90% in the room? That is where the internship. As of today, I think I have spoken to, not spoken, I've spoken to more than that, but 5 of the people I want to work with, my partners during the internship, have agreed to say, I'm ready to take your interns on the project. One is a US-based partner, one is a UK-based, 3 are Nigerian-based partners. There's one that I'm speaking to in Ghana already. Why? I don't have to go through that work. I have a very huge network. Very huge network. Do you understand? Huge international network at that. But then I said, I cannot charge. If I have to charge you for the value of the program, you cannot pay me. Because all those people, the currency I've deposited with them is what they are paying me back with, not because they are charging me. They can't pay me. I can't pay them. Like if I have to pay them the value they are bringing on board and pass it on, it won't work. Nobody will be able to pay for it. And that is why I always tell people that sometimes you need to take the first chance on yourself. Investment in yourself, time, money, whatever it takes, invest in yourself. So please, Lapa, the thing you need to ask yourself, I'm already seeing what people are writing in the chat regarding what, like their own percentages. I'm reading all those percentages. I'm reading the percentages you are giving yourself, and I'm like, okay, please be honest with yourself. I asked a young person to rate herself earlier. She gave herself, I think, 90-something%. Then I said, also, please explain how you are right at that. They said she has worked before, but she's transitioning. I said, so you don't have experience in what you're transitioning into, and you gave yourself 35%. I said, it is not relevant. I said, okay, Auntie, I want to, you say you are transitioning to product management or whatever it is that you've already learned, you are in the school of product management. So she gave herself 30%. She's in the school, she's not done learning. Then she said, I said, okay, so you give your 30% for something you are learning that you're not done learning. Okay, I said, okay, the next one, soft skill, in product management. I gave her a scenario. If I had to launch a product, I gave her SLW. SLW, I want to take SLW to market. Run me through the process, the end-to-end process of initiation to go to markets. And she was staring at me. Like, what tool do you use? How will you collaborate? And she was looking at me. I said, but you rated 90 because why? You think when they say soft skill, it is like, it's a thing you check a box for without having it. It is not, you don't. You have to have it. You know, the same way many young people will say, I work under pressure. I'm articulate. I am this, I am that. You list all those things on your CV. I don't care about people's CV anymore. I don't care. I invite you to let's talk in an interview. If you like, tell me you went to Harvard. All those things don't face me. And most employers of labor, it doesn't face them anymore. Come, let's have a discussion. I'll give you a real scenario that is happening in my business. This one, that one, that one. I want to organize a retreat. This retreat is going to happen in December. I've looked for this. This is my budget. Please, can you create an implementation plan for me for that retreat? And I'm hearing somebody that is telling me they have 2 years of projects. They've learned projects, PMP, 2 years of project management. You'll be hearing, man, as in, how do you mean? And I'm just laughing. Like, madam, I am a project manager. Well done. You don't have anything to offer me. Next person. So it is not because you did not list, your CV is fine, oh, you've worked on your CV, oh, your CV is pretty, you've listed all the skills. Employers do not care anymore. You have to demonstrate it beyond reasonable doubts. Now, I have used one question to explain a lot. We are now going to move fast. I'm hoping I've answered some people's questions as I was Moina, where are the questions I asked you to jump for me? Okay. I'm going to start reading the thing myself. I studied guidance and counseling and economic and economic, but I want to transition into tech. Am I doing the right thing? So that's Rosemary. Are you doing the right thing? I studied chemistry. What am I doing to you? I've become a what? A soft skill teacher or a skills teacher. So in 2019, I asked myself the same question that you just asked me. But I'm sure your own study, your guidance and counseling is first degree. Abi, BSc. First degree. That means you've not even gone far. It's just first degree. In 2019, when I asked myself that question, I had practically finished my PhD. Like, I had done the bench work. Let me explain how PhD works. When you start PhD, you will first use 1 year to do research, all those proposals, all those things. That's, you are doing the research work. Bench work is where the main research is, where you've done your analysis. The third part of PhD is results analysis, like you're analyzing your. So I had done 2 of 3 of PhD. I'd done research work, I'd done bench work, I'd gone to UK and come back. And I asked myself, do I want to teach chemistry for the rest of my life? Did it make sense that I was already on an academic journey for 10 years that I asked that question? Guess how I answered that question? The same process I have given to you for free. I went through the process on that module 1, that clarity module. I took a personality test. I realized that I'm an advocate. When I realized I was an advocate, what do? They teach, they coach, they do this, they do that. Coaching, teaching is their profession. They advocate for who? They want social impact. I asked myself, meaning this thing I've been trying to suppress all these years, giving free advice to people up and down, just like what I'm doing right now, it's gonna come back. And that is what I'm most likely going to excel at. So it meant that I needed to now ask myself, how? Because it is one thing to realize that, and please, most likely, I don't know how old you are, Rosemary, but most likely you're in your 20s, if maybe what you have is your first degree. For me, I was in my 30s in this realization. So I was way behind schedule. You know what was even worse for me? I had children that left in Nigeria to go study. So I'd given up a lot in research. I'd given up a lot in one academic space, in the chemistry academic space. But I asked, do I want to stay here because I don't want to give up 10 years of my academic research, but we give up 40 years, 50 years of the rest of my career life, doing what I am most likely not happy about? Because I love to teach. I love to teach adults. I wanted to teach. The reason I went into the academic space was to be a university teacher. But the question was, when I say how, it was not like I wanted to teach. But when you say the how, what do I want to teach? So you could love to be a counselor. The how can be in the tech. Should you decide to say, I love counseling because I want to change people's life? Tech is a tool. I said it last week. Tech is not a profession. Tech is a tool. Technology is a tool to help us achieve our life ambition. When I say I'm the founder of an EdTech company, what I really wanted to do was to help adults, like, shape their lives, give them skills, give them clarity. 2 things I wanted to give adults as knowledge. I did not want to give them chemistry as knowledge. The moment, so the question should be, I don't care what you studied. Like I said, study is 5%. 80% of the people that did their first degree did what they did not bargain for. Am I right or wrong? So you saying, I want to stay the rest of my life based on what I did at the beginning that I did not want to do, is being unfair to your future self. However, if what you did is a calling, is what you like, is what you will do well in, because you like it and you understand it, not that you passed it. By the way, I wrote in my email earlier, if I said I did not want to teach chemistry, I said I had a 4.92/5. I was brilliant at it. There are 2 different things. I am brilliant at something does not mean it is a natural zone for me. I can study well to pass anything because I have the mental faculty. Does not mean it is what I'm great at. There are two different things. So I like it is different from I am brilliant at it. So Rosemary, go back. If you've not watched those free lessons, go and start from clarity in terms of your person. When you know who you are through that personality test, ask yourself, what are my strengths? What is my weakness? And I said, lastly, you are asking a wrong question in the sense that tech is not a profession. It is a tool. I am an EdTech founder. I am using technology. I have done an LMS, built an LMS where we post our online courses. I'm probably going to build, at some point, going to build an application, going to build something of ours for Skilled for Work Academy. That means I am venturing into tech. When it's got to tech, I'll say, oh, this is lead, this is this is that, this is website backend. I've had to learn tech as a tool to deliver on my purpose, which is education. So tech is a tool. So it is someone saying now that I did medicine in school. I want to transition into tech. I said, what are you talking about? Why don't you go into telemedicine? Telemedicine is you using technology to deliver your medicine. Do you understand? That's help as in telemedicine. So you are not living your academic. That means that your academic is now your hard skill, because any skill you want to use to earn is the hard skill. That means that your medicine is now your hard skill, that you will now use technology to support and say, so when people are always shouting, I'm building an app, I'm going into, I'm learning Python. I said, please, to what, as in, what do you want to use it to do? What problem do you want to use it to solve? And they start to look at me. Like, I said, will you learning Python, Java, whatever, will it exist on its own? Tech is a tool. So you are developing code for what? When you understand what you are developing the code for, then you are a solution provider. When you are just a tech bro or a tech sis learning Python, you are just a knowledge gatherer. You are just gathering knowledge because you have not still figured out what problem exists in the world. By the way, for those people that are joining Workplace Foundation, I think in module 5, I'm going to teach you, I'm going to give you an introduction to design thinking process. Why? That's the best way in the world to think about anything, whether it is profession, anything, business, the best way to think, where you always start from the problem, not the tool or the solution or the product. Anybody that can understand design thinking will fly a lot. I know it is not even a beginner kind of knowledge, but I need to teach people how to think, which is why I am introducing design thinking in, I think, module 5, how to think in one of those foundational things. It will help a lot. Most of the questions people ask me, I say, if you understood it, and by the way, where did I get design thinking knowledge from? Vocational, Innovation Lab. I have no certificates for it, but right now I am teaching you. I am teaching you. I can bet you if they brought someone that probably has a certificate in design thinking to this class, you probably know, they will teach you the theory, but they cannot explain the practicality of how they are using it because they just learned it as a theory. That's the difference between experience and knowledge. Now, I'm a lawyer looking to transition to emigrate. I don't know what courses to take. You want to transition so that you can leave your country. Again, Bako, Adiza, go back. You cannot be transitioning careers and still be going to what you don't like. Go back, go and take module 1 of this academy. I'm saying it again. When you understand yourself, what you have done all your life is lawyering. I am sure there's an alternative profession based on you taking a personality test, doing the skills mapping I taught you on that module 1, doing the gap analysis of what is between you and that place. If you, that exercise is 1.5, as in that lesson, those 5 lessons together is 1.5 hours. You want to emigrate. There is nothing that cannot sell abroad. I told you I worked internationally, right? In what? Program coordination. Using what knowledge? All the soft skills I have from here and there, not certification. So what it means is, for you to emigrate, first ask yourself, what work can I do that I like? You will now, which is what it's called gap analysis. You are mapping out, as in this thing, what gap is there in that work? Meaning, I want to emigrate to Canada. The question is, when you now know yourself, you go and do skills mapping. I have lawyering experience. In lawyering, what are the skill sets you gathered? Which is what it's called skills mapping. I gathered how to do research, how to negotiate, how to this. After you know yourself, go to lesson 3. After you have known yourself in lesson 2, personality test, go to lesson 3. Go and follow what I said here. I said, you will now ask yourself, what skills did I use in my lawyer work? Negotiation. That is what it's called skills mapping. What skills can I carry into another profession? Transferable skill sets. When I now know that skills, the question is now that, out of when I did a personality test and they suggested professions to me, of all these professions, which one of them do I have skill sets in? When you know it, and I said you should not go to LinkedIn. What did I ask you to go and do on LinkedIn? You should not go and do research on which of those things. Let's say personality suggested 3 to me, 3, 4, 5. And I'll say, okay, 5. Out of these 5, I have skill set I can carry from this profession into the next one. I have, let's say, it suggests whatever 5 is suggested to you, narrow it down to 3 and say, based on the work I've done in lawyering, I'll be able to do these 3 well. You now go and ask yourself, in that country I am going to, which of these 3 is short? Which of these 3 are they looking for people in? Then you now go and embark on the acquisition of that knowledge. And I explained all this thing in Module 1. If you are wondering how to do it, go to Module 1 that I gave you access for free. It is from Module 2 that it is paid. And how much is the money? $40. $37,625. For batch 1. Please don't say I did not say so. I don't want somebody coming back in April and saying, but you told me 37,600. I said for batch 1. Why do I always subsidize the fees of my program? You should ask. Most of the time, whenever I start any program, I subsidize it. Because I feel like the first set of people that take it, they've been waiting all their life. Like they were waiting for a solution. And I brought that solution. When that happens, they jump on it. And I reward action takers. I always say, if you like to procrastinate, it's all right. You will pay for the procrastination. But what you will pay is still going to be way cheaper than ignorance. Do you understand? It's going to be way cheaper because ignorance will cause you to fail and fail and fail and fail and fail and fail and your time is going. Do you understand? So please, Adiza, go that route. What course program can I take? Okay, she has asked again. Please, Shirley, I've answered your question. Take the workplace foundational skill. Moina, put the link to that. The registration to that closes on Thursday, this Thursday for batch 1. Take the workplace. Everybody that is here should take workplace foundational skills. Why? It doesn't matter what you are going to do. Whether it is data, whatever you are transitioning or starting in, you will need it constant. Maybe, you know what, I'm going to do something so that I will start asking you a question. I will share my screen with you, right? I would now say, what screen do I want to share with you? I want to share with you. I was creating the courses earlier. So I was doing curriculum. I was adjusting the curriculum, right? I will share my screen with you. So if the only person that should not take this thing is the person that everything that I have listed on this thing, you know it already. Like you are very certain you know it. And how it applies to your work. This is the module 1. Can you see week 1 that I granted you access to? Now, in this week 2, I taught you something like starting with technology. Like I've never used it, I'm not even considering using a laptop. How you set up your laptop and everything, starting with technology, browser, search engine, what Google search is used for, what da is used for. I now taught 13 lessons. 13 lessons on Google tools, from your Google Documents to calendar, to browser, to Google My Business for Business, to Google Sheets. And why, for instance, I was talking to my friend in Australia over the weekend. By the way, that friend I was talking to her about Skill for Work. She's coming as a facilitator on project management. So I had that meeting last weekend. So I was telling her that I needed, I was showing her something. She was like, oh, Darian, are you serious? As in, how does this work? I was telling her that she could have used Google Documents to take the minutes of our meeting as she was talking. Then she said, how? I said, if she had come here to click on tools and come to voice typing and click on click as I speak, as I'm speaking to you, can you see that thing typing on my screen? I am speaking and you can see it typing on my screen, right? And she was like, oh, wow, this is someone that has 14 years of professional experience. She doesn't know this exists, right? So she was like, oh, wow, do you see what you just showed me? I had absolutely no idea this happens. And she was like, do you teach it on your program? I said, yes. Like, it's one of the lessons in Module 2. Like this Module 2 where I wrote Google Tools 1 to 12. When I was teaching Google Documents, I showed one, like, you know, when I was teaching Google Documents, I used 20 plus minutes and I was showing you like all these things. This is what you can do with this. This is what you can do with this in the workplace. I did not just show you can do voice typing. I'm saying she could have used it to take the minutes of a meeting instead of having to summary and waste her time. So I am that teacher that when I'm teaching you something, I don't teach you in abstracts. I teach you in my business, in my profession, in my academic. This is how I use it. So that should you ever even go to an interview and a person, even if you've never used it right now, because you are seeing it happen right now on this screen, you can say, oh, if you had to take a minute of the meeting and I'm talking and everything like that, and I was fast, what would you do? Say, oh, I would just put on, go to Google Documents and click on tools and do this. Because why? You've seen it demonstrated here. I'm going to stop this thing and stop sharing. So someone could say, what are they teaching me? Is it not Google Documents? And I'm smiling. I said, but guess what? You don't know how to use that tool in the workplace. Because why? You don't even know what you don't know. And that is people's biggest problem. They don't know what they don't know. It is when you know what you don't know, you will go and search for it on Google. You know, when you don't know, when people say YouTube is free, I can learn about Google Tools on this. And I said, Shebi, it is when you know what you are looking for. If they give you a work task at work, you don't even know the tool you use to solve it because you've never done it. The reason why I can tell you is because I have done it as work. So someone, based on the example I gave you for this speak, someone should tell me in your workspace, I do not say tool because it's just one lesson out of 50 plus lessons on that thing that I'm saying pay $40 for. So who can tell me now, if you knew this thing that I showed you, or rather, if you did not know it before, and you have worked before, what could you have used this knowledge I just showed you to make yourself life better in the workspace? I want suggestions. This thing I just showed you, tell me one thing that if you knew it before, you could have applied it to in your workspace. I will read the comments. And I'm sure someone is saying, oh my God, so I wasted all that time to do this and do that when I could have just done this. Because someone does not even know that Google Document exists. The only thing they know is Microsoft Documents. Someone, they will not, when I see people say, I'm proficient in Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, I will just be laughing. I said, my sister, if you had probably wrote for me that I'm proficient in Google Doc, Google Sheets, I will probably pick you over that person that said Microsoft this thing. Why? Because I have gone a step higher than Microsoft Word to Google Documents. where I can use things. And guess what? If I give you the link to this document right now and dump it in the chat, and all of you click it, you'll be able to access the document. That is me working collaboratively with you. So please, Shirley, my advice, join batch 1. Every month, we open a new batch for that foundational lesson. Why? Every month, people are graduating. Every month, people are out of a job because they don't have soft skill. So our target is to have nothing less than 500 people join that program at the beginning. Because why? In Nigeria alone, we graduate 500,000 graduates every year. And all of them need this soft skill. All. I am not even talking about vocational entrepreneurs that they just have secondary school certificates. And yes, if you're asking, can this work for somebody? I would say the only criteria I ask you is your ability to read and write English. I have someone who did not finish secondary school at all on my team. She can read and write English, and she knows all these things. She uses it for our work in my workplace. I said, if you cannot read and write, I can't help you, because how will I communicate with you? Literacy, which is where 5% of the academic come and say, okay, you've gone to school, you can read and write. Okay, we can pick it up from there. And number 2 things is your mindset, which is why in the curriculum, like I was showing you, let me share my screen back. Mindset is the first thing I started with. I said, no matter how I want to help you, some people are in this room now, the only mindset they came up with in this thing is for them to say, no matter what they say, me, I cannot pay for knowledge. It is on YouTube. It is your mindset. You know why? You have not still realized the value it will bring to you. The only thing you are thinking about is, I would never pay a coach. That's the only thing. You are fixated on what you would never do. Whereas you are causing bigger harm to yourself, because your mindset is so fixed on, I would never do this, I would never do that. Instead of you saying, how do I progress? Do you understand? Your mindset is where you start. And that's it. This entire thing, I gave you free access to it, please. If you've not watched it, go and watch it. Clarity, 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 that thing. Then I now started in module 2 with all these tools. In module 3, the lesson I recorded before this clarity session that I was holding with you was on Zoom. In module 3, I recorded Grammarly. What is Grammarly? How many of you can see my screen? There is something here at the top. I'm circling it. It is an extension. By the way, I defined what an extension is in module 2 and all that, how extensions work and all that, how you insert it into your phone. It's an extension, Grammarly. What does it do for me? Anything I type is telling me it is right, it is wrong. If I mistype English, Grammarly it's a grammar checking tool, and it also checks for plagiarism. If I did not tell you that on my phone, Grammarly is the keyboard for me to message you on WhatsApp. So when you say, Dr. Derisola is so good, she doesn't make grammar mistake. Hello, I'm using a tech tool to improve my grammar. The difference between you and that person that you think is succeeding, the person is a demigod, is the information they have that you don't have. Which is why when people tell me, where do I start? I say, go and learn from those who know it. Stop wasting your time. It is futile. You cannot, like experience, you cannot use anything to replace it. This curriculum, I've revised it. Every time I'm recording, I'm revising it. Why? Because I will teach them something and say, this person, if this scenario happened at work, they need to know this. I'll go and record another lesson and add it. I said, but you need to invest. You need to have a commitment fee. That $40 is a commitment fee. It is not the price of the program. It's 75% subsidized. But you need to commit. First, nobody can help you commit to your own self-development. You need to commit to it. You need to start from there. So I think I've answered that question. Someone asked me, let me go back to the chart. Someone asked me, if the screen is not clear, okay, let me increase this thing. Let me zoom in. I've zoomed in on the screen to 150%. I was saying this is Grammarly here. I've zoomed in. So you can see all these things. So some of you will say, Shebi, this is all what I need to learn. Look, I said, if your plan is to say, I look at this, I screenshot, please screenshot by all means. In fact, our curriculum is on our Instagram page. It is public knowledge, but guess what? You know what you cannot do? You cannot guess the angle I'm teaching it from. So you can guess and say, she said she will teach me Google Sheets. She said she will teach me Zoom. I'll go and Google what Zoom is. I'll go and find Zoom. But guess what? How will you know how I taught it? How you will use it? The application of it in the workplace. You won't know. Do you understand? So when people say, someone asked me, like, why are you showing people your curriculum? I said, look, anybody that wants to go and Google all these 50 things that will end up teaching as lesson, please let them go and Google. Google is everybody's friend. But they will not know my approach to it. So when they have learned all the things they need to learn on Excel, and they say, someone says, please, I have a fabric business. This is my fabric business. My staff is stealing. And I don't even know what to do. I don't have money. What can I do? You know the difference between you and that person that learns Excel on this thing? Me, I know that I have used it to run my fabric business. And I say, let me show you. Why don't you come to Google Sheets? Create this email. Let the email be separate from your staff. Now, create this inventory on this thing. Make sure you insert this and insert that. By the time they deduct it, it will show on your own end. You know the difference between me and the person that learns the Google thing on Google Sheets and Excel sheet on this thing? I have used it to solve real life problems. You have not. And that is where experience, which is why I have to say, if you have the money, sign up for the Global Career Path. If you don't, start with soft skills. And somebody asked, can they upgrade? Yes, you can upgrade. If you pay 35, whatever now, and you want to say, I want to give you balance of the 161,000, you will remove, yes, I'll remove the 30, whatever you first paid. So what you'll be paying is the balance. Someone can say, let me pay you for 37 this thing, soft skill. Next month, I'll pay you for hard skill to make Flex, Global Career Path. I say, yes. And on the third month, I will balance it so I can do the internship part. Yes. The only thing you cannot do is you have to pay within 3 months. You cannot take something in January of this year and come back in December and say, now I'm ready for the internship. No. It has to be within a quarter because we do our hard skill per quarter and internship placement twice a year. So you must, as in your entire program must have run within that like 3 months timeline. So you cannot pay in January and come and say, I'll balance you. No, that time after 3 months, you will have to pay the full money for the Global Career Path again. I will not deduct the one you've done before in the past. No, it won't happen that way. Do you understand? So I have made it really flexible enough for whoever has decided to invest in themselves. I like it. I would have used it to take minutes of meeting. I would have used it to take minutes of meeting. I would have used it for our strategic committed meeting. Fantastic. You are hitting the nail on the head, Doctor. Please, can I get the link to the personality test? It is on Muina. Reply this Zainab Sulaiman. Personality test is 16 personalities. Okay, you've replied her. Let me see the other questions on top. Oh, wow, there are so many questions. Someone, oh God, I'm seeing this score people are having. A lot of people have just 5%. Okay, I've answered the lawyer question. What program? Okay, I've answered. You need to take workplace foundation. Everybody needs to take workplace foundational skills. It is closing on Thursday. We are starting on April 2nd. It is a 6 weeks program. It's going to start. I've just shown you the curriculum. It will start on Tuesday. We'll have an onboarding session on Tuesday at 3 p.m. Is it 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. West African time? Onboarding. It will take place for 2 hours. Then the next workshop How does it work? So on the course, if you've taken the free one, it's the same way it works. We will put you in a group, you will submit your assignments, someone will review it, you will this thing. So all the assignments, for instance, on that Google module now, I gave them a mini project where I said, I gave them a scenario like in my workplace, so I want to do this. You will need to create a group. Okay, we want to organize a party for our boss, one thing. You need, something. And to make them use at least 6 Google tools. It will make them use an Excel, Google Form, Sheets, calendar, meeting, and something. That is the kind of thing. I hate to teach you for knowledge. I hate teaching people for knowledge. My mantra is any knowledge that does not translate to employability, you are just a reservoir. You are a library. You are just a reservoir of knowledge. Because me, if I learn the things I need, which is why you will say, oh, she's high performing. I do skills mapping all the time. Okay, this is where I want to be. Who has my knowledge? What do I need to do? I will say, okay, I will fill in the gap. The one I need to pay for, then I pay. The one I need to go and serve. Because there are some people, based on where I am now, there are some kind of mentors I need access to. They are not even selling their knowledge. Even if I have 1 million, I cannot pay them. It's not up for sale. So those kind of people, I use the strategies I teach in the advanced program. That's a global opportunity that I teach professionals. I use those strategies to get access to them. I will lobby my way to them. I will get them. I will serve them. I will serve. Till if that person is instrumental to my next, I will get to that person. That is what I call gap analysis. What is between me and where I need to be? That is gap analysis. If it is knowledge, I pay. If it is service, I serve. If it is travel, I travel. That is how I succeed. I don't sit down whining and be complaining. All of them, that is how they are doing. That is why they did not give me this job. That is because I'm black. It is because I'm tall. It is because I'm a woman. It is because I said, tell yourself the truth. Rate yourself. I am presently working as a manager admin and operations on site, but I want to transit to remote role customer service within or outside. I keep applying. Why some companies in the USA get me shortlisted and later send me an email that I am not based in the region where the job is located. I have an MBA and I'm certified economist. I have worked in bank, power sector. I need clarity. So the person that asked that question, you are highly educated. Oh, you are highly educated. You are experienced, but you are not. Your experience is not relevant to where you are transitioning into. Admin manager, operations, but you want to transition into customer care. So please rate yourself. Oh, you have an MBA. Are you running a business? Why did you take an MBA? I'm a certified economist, so you can work as an economist. So many people in the past, here is what people used to do, and that I did it. They will say, hey, my friends are progressing. What should I do? Let me do MBA. My friend, let me do certification. Let me do this thing. You are packing or unpacking without strategy. A client, you know why Moina took this meeting first? I was in another meeting with a client who had joined my advanced program last year. After he joined my advanced program, then that time the cost was 100K. He said, Doc, I need to have a one-on-one with you. My one-on-one to coach him is 2 million naira. We started today. Guess what I did in a session today? This clarity. And I created a strategy document. Strategy is my superpower. Being able to see the end from the beginning. Say, I want to be here. This is what I need to do week 1, month 1, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years to get there. You see, skilled for work. I created the strategy in 2019, September. Then I did gap analysis. What do I need to do now? In 3 months, in this thing, I gave launch of Skilled for Work 3 years, I said the first 3 years of iTrain Africa, these are the activities I need to do that when I add them up, they will come into one. So you have admin, operations, economics, MBA, but there was no strategy behind it. You were taking it until you sit and have a strategy to this customer care I want to do. What do I need? Which is what I did on that. I keep telling you, this is what I did in lesson 1. You need to go and do a gap analysis for where you need to be. That is what I taught you. Say, how to determine the career path that favors your strengths. Personality would have done that. 10 globally in-demand career path, visual workshop on LinkedIn. Say, the skill sets you need for the career path you choose. What do you need? If customer service is the goal, what do you need? Then I did something on my screen during when I was showing you LinkedIn. I clicked on jobs. I think I'm logged into a client's this thing. Okay, let me click on it. I clicked on jobs and I said, this job, I typed in health project manager in the United Kingdom. Let me reset. This particular thing, there's a client I'm working with that she's in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. I am currently logged into her accounts. That's where I'm searching this from. I'm also working with her one-on-one on that program. She's an health manager in Congo. We had to search for this job because she was also saying, oh, I'm limited, blah, blah, blah. I said, you are doing what you don't need. Just so that you can say, I have all those certifications. You are doing what you don't need. I showed you how to do this on that module 1. Anybody that is here that has not watched that module 1, go and watch it. Go and watch it. Like I said, the knowledge that is on it, is not knowledge I give for free. I just told you that I had a client that paid me, that is on a 2 million naira service. And what I did is what I did in that module 1. But he will value it and do the assignment. You know what? He paid me millions for it. Now, you see this health project manager, apprentice, this is all that. I said, on that thing, I said, come and look at the skills you need. All the things they are asking you for on the job. So you will know, I have this one. I don't have this one. Now, regarding region, they said they would have called you for interview, but region. The question is, they tell you a job is on site and you still apply for it. For any job that I know that I want to be in my Nigeria and do that job, you know what I do? The moment I come here, I use this filter, remote. I do not go and fetch water into a basket. You will see clearly a job says US. You do not qualify because it is only for people in that region, but you still want to fetch water into a basket. Some of them will say remote, but you must be in the region. I will say, okay, that one, it is not me. But if I feel, because there are some jobs on LinkedIn that has been on for a while, that they've not gotten someone, I will still apply to that role. You know why? There are some jobs in Canada or in other places that you say, if the employer has put it up 3 times and they've not filled that role, they are free to hire internationally. All these things are strategies. I teach it on my Global Opportunities program for professionals who have experience and are trying to position themselves to get, international. Those are the kind of strategies I teach. So if you're a professional in this room, you are not a beginner trying to upskill and everything like that. You're a professional. You have your area of expertise. You are only trying to attract opportunities that are like international. My advice is go to the Global Opportunities program. if you don't have, you must have minimum of 2 years experience to join that my program. Yes, as at today, that program is 107,500 because it is subsidized. 2 years ago, that program was 500,000. I subsidized it by 80%. I brought it to 100,000. By April 4, 2024, that's in 1 week, that program is going to be 280 something thousand. And yes, people will pay for it. You know why? If I show you the remarks of people that have been on that program, they are saying you should have collected 1 million naira because of what they've gained. Do you understand me? So I'm that person that no matter how much I price my products, the kind of knowledge I have is scarce in terms of global opportunities. My knowledge is very scarce. You will sweat before you get it. So if you get it as an online course, it will be less than 500,000. So even if I say bring 200,000, I mean 200 and whatever, 250,000 plus tax of whatever, that's 268 or something like that. He will still pay because the cheapest alternative to me that has this kind of value will charge you double of what I would have charged you. Do you understand me? So why? You see this thing, that lawyer person, stop fetching water into a basket. That is what you are doing. You are fetching water into a basket. Don't do it. You are only wasting your time. So if customer service is what you really want to do, go to this module 1 I have shown you. List the skills. I showed you in that lesson 5 how to do it. So I don't want to waste time on it. I showed you in lesson 5 how to do it. I said, find the job, look for the skills that they are asking you for, look for the certification they're asking, look for whatever it is they're asking you for. Map it out and say, this in month 1, this is how I will get this skill. Maybe in month 1, they are asking me for experience in customer, as in one thing, they're asking me if I've used Jira, they're asking me if I've used this Monday. So it means that to do for me would be to go and volunteer for my church, so that when I finish learning how to use Jira, I'll go and use to execute the project in my church, so that I can meet what they're asking me. That do I know how to use it? Yes, I have learned it. Have I used it before? Yes, because I've used it for volunteer for my church. You must meet the requirements. So when I tell people that I hate doing trial and error, it is because I have done background work. Everything you ask me to meet, I have met it before I apply. So when I tell you that I have 100 over 100 chances, it's meaning that I have first done the background work before I apply. I have an OND in statistics, BSc mathematics, PGD in education, MED in education admin and planning. My working experience is all in financial firm, broker, admin officer, and hotel industry, credit officer. I've worked for 10 years and now I have never earned a salary above 100K and I feel frustrated. So I want to ask, how can I package all this and become visible on LinkedIn so I can get a good remote job in the international firm that can pay me a better salary for this thing? Please note, even if I call myself the global opportunities expert, I'm working in Nigeria now for my business, right? I've worked internationally and I've worked locally. When I was talking to the facilitator, the facilitator for product management courses in the UK is a professional with 20 plus experience in product and project management. I had a meeting with him last week too. Now, when I was talking to him, I said, I am designing our product management course for beginners, that the person that will take the first chance on them are local employers. Please note, if you are starting off, I don't even advise you to start saying, I want to go international. I don't. Because the international space requires proficiency. You cannot, remote work requires high efficiency and skills, because nobody will teach you on remote work. They will not teach you the job to do. They will not teach you how to add, they call a meeting in your office. You did not check your email in the last 1 hour. They are telling you, and not saying, I did not see it. They will look at you like, is this person stupid? Like you didn't check your email in the last 1 hour. Like, no, the unsaid things in a global setting. I held the workshop. Okay, I was invited to speak at an event. It was an African event for countries about 10 plus African. Like one of my UK partners, by the way, she's also coming on board for the internship part. That's Futurize, right? They are part of our UK partners for the internship level. I was speaking with her and I was telling her about this thing. And she was saying, nobody wants to know that, like, you don't know how to do importance, all those things. They will look at you like, so because they know that you have not worked in such a setting, they won't want to give you a chance. So my advice would be first take a chance on yourself by doing the local work. There's nothing wrong with local work, absolutely nothing. When you have done the local work, I would say do the local work first. Then aim for diversity in the local work. Worked locally, maybe as, I don't know, whatever, admin officer. When they were now doing, they were doing one, maybe one international thing in my whatever, in my, like a group of people. Let's say they came to, let me give an instance. What are they calling it? All this, why is that name skipping my mind? Let's say there's a health outbreak, something happened. And as something happened, they now say they want to gather a local team, but the people that are solving that problem are international. My advice would be quickly go and volunteer for that kind of project. That it is international based, but it is local people. That means you'll be able to ask yourself that I've worked in this international team, but it's still locally. Out of me and you now, if I wanted to apply for an international job that would take me out of my country, who do you think they will give? It is most likely me. You know why? I have worked internationally twice, remotely from my country. So the moment I say that, you know what it passes to them? It will be telling them, so at least this babe knows how to work. She understands the English other people are speaking. It's not as if we'll be speaking English in a meeting and she's looking at me because she does not understand UK English. So those are the things that Oyibo people are looking at. Like, they will not ask you in the meeting, no? They will not ask you. That's the funny thing. They will not ask you. But they are trying to say, if I put this girl on my team, will she be checking her email regularly? Because I know Africans will not check their email for 3 days and now come and start replying the following week. They are asking it in their mind. So because they will not talk it out, your experience must demonstrate that you understand their fears. When they asked me question at my ULI, they said, have you worked in a global team before? I said, oh, of course. I said, when I was doing Unleash, I was volunteering as this thing. My subordinates were based in Liberia, Ghana. It was a volunteering stuff. We were organizing webinars with people that were outside my country. And but look, again, if you're an experienced person, please join GOP. GOP is where I teach you how to package relevant experience and showcase on LinkedIn. And the best time for you to join GOP is before April 4th. On the morning of April 4th, that program is 268,000 naira. As at today, somebody still paid us yesterday because she saw that the price was increasing. She paid us 107,500. As at today is 107. I'm saying it so you will not come and say, but I asked you the week before. I have announced it ahead. April 4, iTrend Africa will be 4. Which is also my birthday, the price of the global opportunity, because I said, when I made it 100,000 beginning of last year, I said, I democratized it from 500,000. I felt everybody who maybe money was their challenge could have saved 100. Remember that program is for people with 2+ years of experience, right? So I said, if you had to save 10,000 from January of last year till now, you would have saved 100,000. That's what I told myself, like, from your salary, because it's for people with experience. So on that program, please, my advice to you will be to go and learn the strategies around LinkedIn. All this, your OND, statistic, PGD, education, it does not really matter to me on GOP. All I ask you for is work experience, and I see you have it, Jane. You have work experience. What you need, Jane, is the experience on GOP. You need the experience on GOP. Then you will probably need the foundational knowledge of SFW, because the kind of things I'm teaching SFW, like there is a lesson, let me show you. When I was talking to Evie, my friend in Australia on Saturday, right? She was the one that added this. She said, Darren, you need to teach them about when they are working in cross-culture. It was not, if you go and check the curriculum we posted on Friday, on our Instagram page. Go and check. Under this module 7, you will not see this lesson. You won't see it. Go and check on Instagram. You won't see it. I just added it on Saturday after I had a meeting with her. She said, Jerry, you need to teach people the cultural nuances in working in cross-cultural teams so that they don't blow their chance when they finally get it. And I said, okay, I'll add it to that lesson. So what you need would be the GOP, which is going to teach you how to position and package all this experience on LinkedIn. Then like I said, foundational skill is needed by everybody. It doesn't matter what you are. So I'll share my screen back. So like I was saying, you don't get that particular thing because someone is pitying you. There is somebody that joined my batch 6 of Global Opportunities Program. We are currently on batch 6. Professionals are currently on batch 6. We are ending first week of April, like in 2 weeks. And they said, oh, this person lost their job and all that. And I said, look, nobody is playing a pity party here. You think people give you job because, oh, I want to work in UN. You think they dash you the job because you want to work in UN? No. They don't care. What they are paying you dollars for is your ability to deliver on the job. So they don't care if you've ever not earned 100. They don't care about how you feel. They don't care about what you want to earn. They care about, can you deliver value to me? Can you deliver what? Value to me. It is the value you give an international employer they pay you for, not what you want. Do you understand me? So instead of somebody playing pity party when you want to get into the global role, you sit and say, what you do an analysis. You need to be strategic. I am trying to get something right now using LinkedIn. I started the strategy in January. As at last week, 2 people had reached out to me and I'm having that meeting this week. Hope is not a strategy. I teach all these things on my LinkedIn. This thing I'm talking about is for the advanced program, people that have experience. I tell them all the time, hope is not a strategy. Pity me, give me the work is not a strategy. They don't care. Let's be clear. Hope is not a strategy. Nobody cares about whether you are earning or not. It is value exchange. You do my work well, I give you the dollars for it. But many Africans are used to playing pity party. Hope is not a strategy, I'm telling you. I think that is one of the reasons why I've had 3 clarity one-on-one sessions with people in the last 1 week that they are paying me 107. Because I said, let's sit down. This is a strategy you need to implement. Hope is not a strategy. I have this, I have that, I have 5 academic qualifications. If it is not relevant to the job they are giving you, you just have it. So what you need is to now sit down, and that is this thing, because if you pay for Global Opportunities Program as at today, it is 107,500. If you pay for my clarity session 1 hour, it is 107,500. I have people that will say, let me pay you for clarity first. When I understand, I'll now get on GOP. That's the Global Opportunities Program. Because they have experience. And some people will say, you don't have experience. Go and start from the workplace foundation and go and get skills. Get hard skill. Get internship to get work experience. Then you can now work in real life. Then you now come back to GOP. Don't start from the end if you don't have experience. But this person, Jane, please. It hurts my heart that you've worked for 10 years and never earned above 100K. But the truth is, hope or thinking they will give you or what you wish for will materialize without the strategy is not the way to go. It is not. And you have good experience. If I search on LinkedIn right now for credit officer, you see how many things that will come up. Credit officer. There are a lot of people looking for credit officer. If I search right now on LinkedIn. Okay? And I really hope you really get on the programs you need at SFW and my personal brand, the Global Opportunities Program. If you are wondering what Global Opportunities Program is, please follow me on Instagram. My full name is my Instagram listing. Aderinsola Adio Adepoju. Find me on Instagram. Aderinsola Adio at Aderinsola Adio Adepoju as a single listing. Find me. That is where I post all about that LinkedIn, how you that's where I not on iTrain Africa page. I have a BA in public administration, but I want to work with NGO. What courses should I take to get an NGO job? The client I was working with before this meeting, I said was working with me one-on-one, right? He works with an NGO. He's a doctor. He's a project manager in an NGO. NGO, like it is called the impact space, development space. Like when someone say I'm a development practitioner or I'm a development professional, that is what it means as in working in the impact space, developments. I have two clients I'm currently working with. One is in Malawi. What did she do in school? Public administration or something. I can't even remember. Something. When she first started her career, I think she did radio, TV. But she's in Malawi working on an health project as a communication, as an advocacy person. No, she didn't have to do this thing. She transitioned from her radio career into that space. That means she's still doing communication, only that she's doing it in the NGO space. So your public administration is not what's going to get into the NGO space. In NGO, we have project managers, we have communication experts, we have admin officers, we have this, we have that. Let me tell you what my client did to get into the NGO space. He had worked in an hospital, he didn't like it. He worked in government hospital, he didn't like it. He worked in a something, military hospital, he didn't like the job. Then he told himself that, he said, Doc, when we were having this session, he said, I analyzed myself. I realized that I always want to save souls. I want to change lives. I want to impact lives. So I asked myself, which sector can I achieve this? I like to see life as in saving souls. That is how he put it. I said, I want to get into the impact space. He said, so in the work he was doing then, he was working somewhere around Niger State or something. There was an NGO that came to his hospital and they are seeing how he was doing diligent work in the hospital. Then they poached him. Like they approached him and said, you are really hardworking. Would you like to? I said, yes. So some of you, your employer is employing you right now. You're a receptionist, you're a distant, you're destiny helper. How many of you joined my LinkedIn event last week, Thursday, with Latifa? That we held on LinkedIn. We are holding another one this week on Thursday, 5 p.m. Please attend that event. You know what I'm doing? I'm bringing professionals that have life experiences to come and speak about their journey. Latifa said the MD of GT Bank at that time, she met that man at the party that MTN organized. They invited her to the party. Her current job that time was 60,000, but she was doing it so well. Her boss liked her, took her to the MD's party. When she got to the MD's party, she now was sitting alone. She didn't know anybody there. So when the MD came in, they were like, MD. That after everybody dispatched, now went to meet the man, just like GC with the man. How are you, sir? How are you? Like Platon and said, oh, you're a very brilliant young lady. Why are you not in my bank, GTB? I said, they will not take you. He said, why? I said, sir, GTB only takes 2-1. He said, no. I said, what did you do? I said, I have a 2-2. He said, we take some 2-2 if they are brilliant. Let me give you my card. Send me your CV. Why did I quickly narrate that story? Some of you are in places right now that because the money they are paying you is not your ideal this thing, you are doing it anyhow. Your destiny helper. You are working in an hospital, you're a front desk person. You don't know who is walking into that hospital and is observing your attitude to work. I will ask you a question. If you're a staff in any place, can somebody look at you based on the work you are delivering for your current organization and poach you and say, I want you to join me, like you are so exceptional? So NGO is a sector. It's like saying, I want to work in the telecommunication sector. What should I do? It's a sector. So if you tell me you want to work in a telecommunication project, what courses should I do? I will say, please ask what? What are you currently working on? Then you go and find who will employ you in that job, in that sector. And my advice, I always say this thing all the time. If you are getting into a new space that all you have is knowledge, you have the knowledge, you have maybe the skill set, the soft skill set, your very first approach would be what? Would be to go and do that work free. You see that NGO in your area, that orphanage in your area, that's whatever project in your area, that is the time you say, oh, do you people need a data? I've been doing accounting. Your community, your estates, they are saying they need an accountant. You're not doing the accounting work. Get into a proper organized NGO that need, people are always advertising for, oh, we need people, we are doing an event. You know what I've realized? The last time iTrain Africa had an event, because like I said, iTrain Africa is a social enterprise, meaning we have two organizations. We have iTrain Africa Foundation, iTrain Africa Enterprise. So we organize foundational events. Last year, we organized a global mentorship conference, and we had 70-something plus volunteers. About 13 of them, they applied for the thing. They were not showing up for meetings. You know what they wanted to do? To say, I volunteered on that project. And I told them, not on my watch. Volunteering means contributing, which is why I always say, please be strategic about what you need. If what you need that will take you from here to here, volunteering is in the mix of it. Treat it like your job. You know that certification, for instance, is in the mix that will take you to where you need to be. Do everything to be present in that certification class. Some of you know that you need that volunteering experience to be able to showcase. A lady volunteered for me on the GMC, Funmi Ajala. She was on a master's program. She was in Paris, in France. Funmi Ajala will say, ma'am, we've not done content this thing for this thing. We've not done marketing strategy for this thing. Please, can we hold a meeting? Saturday night, she's holding a meeting at 9 p.m., 11. It was free work. Till Shebi, I'm telling you about her now. When she sent me a letter to say, reference me, oh Lord, I was happy to do it. You know why? She delivered like it was a project. Attitude. Part of what I'm teaching on this work, like I said, I just showed you. Attitude. The model worker attributes and traits. These are the traits your employer is expecting from you that you don't have. Will the video recording of this training be made available to us afterwards? No. Whenever people come to this meeting and they are asking me for video recording, I say no. You know why? You are so fixated on getting recording than actually listening for implementation. Now, I say no because I feel like if you are present in this meeting, you should be writing or jotting. Sekina Davis said no. They did not pass. Okay, I am still in advanced teaching career in master's program. I love teaching and I love to know how to apply the teaching knowledge to be globally relevant in other areas like food production. So what are you currently? I'm still in advanced teaching career in Deborah, I don't understand you. You are in advanced teaching career. Like you are a teacher. If that is what you're saying, you are a teacher. I love teaching and I love to know how to apply teaching. I like to give real life examples. So you will not say I'm talking from abstracts. Victoria Jishi, right? She has come on my Global Opportunities program before. And you know what she does? She is employed by UNESCO MGIP. She's a teacher. You know what she does? She took a certification in on how to train trainers, like how to teach teachers. Now she does it. Let me show you a post. I'll find that for you on LinkedIn now, so you can see what I'm talking about. She made a post. Can you see her? She's originally a teacher. You see that post? I want to show you something. Victoria, this post, Victoria teaches teachers how to teach. So she moved on. So she teaches, so in her own private business, she has a educational consultant. In her own private business, she teaches teachers how to up their salary, like how to up their earning power, like the kind of things they can do. And because of that, it's been a very interesting journey this first quarter of the year, facilitating trainings for over 2,000 educators around the world on social learning and digital this thing through UNESCO this thing. Like UNESCO MGIP employs her to train teachers across Africa. She was originally a teacher. How do I know her? She joined my Global Opportunities program last year. After that time, she follows me on social media. She's always like doing that fan of mine. After that time, she came on my program. If you attended GMC 2023 October, Global Mentorship Conference, that our annual large conference, you will know Victoria. She was the moderator in the general room. Like anything, I need help with this, she's helping me. How did I first know her? She came on my Global Opportunities program. She's a teacher. And that is where I'm going to stop with that particular example. What you do with it, I'll let you deduce it. Okay? What you do with it, I'll let you what? Deduce it. Frankly, I have work to do to improve my soft skills. I have gotten your points clearly. Fantastic. That's Pina Chomba. I score 50%. Good. My score is 50% good. I'm impressed to learn that academic is just 5%, whether degree or master's. I'm glad I joined. Oh, yeah, it's just 5%. It's so, what am I calling it? It's so not relevant in today's workforce that they don't. I have never seen. I have masters, graduates working for me. I've never asked for their certificates. Never. I've never seen it. I don't know what it looks like. Maybe even they even like to me to say they have a degree. I don't know. The 2 times I worked internationally, they didn't ask me for my certificates. Nothing. I didn't submit it. They didn't care. I don't have soft skill, but I have 5% education and 35% work experience. But that's 40. So it means that you need to get Madukolo, Rosemary, you need to get on the soft skill. If you add soft skill to your 40%, you will have 70%. That means you move from E to A. Ijeoma, you rate yourself 70%. I would like to know, how did you come about your score, Ijeoma? Let me know what makes up 70%. That is what, maybe you have 5% work experience, that's 40, then you have maybe soft skill or hard skill. I'm not sure. Please let me know how you made up your 30%. My score is 5%, only academic. My work experience is not relevant. Oh, Jane. Then you need to, thank you very much, Dr. A, for clarity. You are welcome. I love doing this. You are right. I have 5% education, 30% soft skill, set up meetings on Teams, do surveys, use of PowerPoint for presenting, and use of Excel for data trends and patterns, etc. 35% relevant experience, paid experience as HSC advisor and data development person in my passion about data with 13 years experience. I enjoy problem solving. So I want to transfer into data analysis. I don't have the art in data analysis yet. So that means you have relevant paid experience as a HSC advisor and what? Data performance personnel in my place. My passion is I don't have art skill in data. So that means art skill is what you need to gain. Then please go ahead. That means Ijeoma, you need to go and take a data analysis course. Since the art skill is what you lack, you need to take the data analysis course. Okay. I've taken 14 blueprint step profile of personality test. I found out that I'm a logistician. I have worked as sales executive, business development manager for 9 years in telecommunications company. And presently I work as an admin officer in a surveying company for 4 years now for some reason, but I've not been able to up my about session intact on my LinkedIn profile because I am a bit confused on what to put there. Now I want to go back to my business development, sales executive. Please, is this element for me? So if I get you correctly, you have experience in different places. So the question is, where do you want to be? Where can you get the module to listen and watch? Muina, please reply that person. Lucy, reply Lucy. She's asking. I think she's asking for the free, that's workplace skills. Muina, find Lucy. Please, ma, where can I get the module to listen and watch? That module one that I say you have free access to. Please, Muina, reply her with that free workplace skills link. Okay. Free workplace skills. That's the link that you can use to get the free access to the workplace this thing. And you can also download the this thing. Okay, so I'm dropping a message in this chat. Our WhatsApp will be there. Our free this thing will be there. Then all the courses we have on the this thing will also be there. So you can choose to do with it what you need to do. And you can also download our book here. So now, after Lucy, I'm going to need to go at 5:13. How much is the global career path? 161,250. I think, Muina, have you responded to that? Okay, I'm dumping something right now on the chart. It's everything you need to know, the prices. Then I'm dumping the download link like to the brochure. The brochure contains all the frequently asked questions that you may have. So download the brochure from that link. Now for the prices, it is also in that link. Also for account details, the program, the global career path, etc. I'm dumping it here there now. That's what the starter program is 37,625. The global career path flex is 75,625 or something. Then the pro is 161,250. I just dumped it in the meeting again. So please, if you are looking for it, please find it in the meeting session. When is the batch one of this thing? It's starting on Tuesday, April 2. Registration is closing tomorrow. That's a soft skill. So can you join the global career path by first paying that for the soft skill? Yes. What is the global career path? It's a combination of the soft skill, like the workplace foundational skill, plus one art skill. What art skills do we have that we are offering? Product management, project management, digital marketing, social media, content creation, and one thing. We have a total of 10, but we are starting with 5 in this batch. That's project, product, program for the 3 PMs, the digital marketing and custom content creation. Those of you that are going to be taking content creation, even if there is something I taught on my advanced program, that is a 250K GOP, how to create content for company pages on LinkedIn. I'm going to be teaching it on my content creation program. Yes, that one that is only 37,000 you are paying extra, because on the hard skill program, I don't want anybody coming into my academy without taking the soft skill. No. So even if the hard skill program is 37,625, you cannot take it alone. You cannot come and say you want to take my social media this thing alone. You must take the prerequisites, because I've discovered that you won't be able to sell yourself even after taking the course. You won't, because you lack the soft skills. So what we did is soft skills first. You can take soft skills alone, but you cannot take hard skill alone. So hard skill is a combination of, the global career, what are they calling it now? Global career, whatever, is a combination of one hard skill and one soft skill. So at the SFW, you can choose to say, I'm taking just their soft skill. I'll go and pay someone else for your data analysis. It's fine, but learn the soft skill, because you need it as the foundational. You can now say, oh, wow, I think when I did my this thing, I like social media or content creation. And if you are looking for a unique niche for content creation, creating LinkedIn content for pages of LinkedIn is one of the highly paid niches. Companies are looking for content creators every day that understand how to create content for company LinkedIn pages. I can guarantee you, if a person learns that thing today, learns their craft or practice, maybe during your internship, I attach you to maybe iTrain Africa LinkedIn, whatever, I attach you to a company, and you are able to create LinkedIn content, articles, and all that for a company page for 8 weeks. In 2017, when I was in the academic space, my subordinates used to create 4 LinkedIn articles for a company in 2017. She used to create it remotely. She was being paid 70,000 in 2017. Leslie joined my program. Volunteered for me 2 years ago on GM 2021. That is what she does for a living. He writes LinkedIn. As a then, he used to write LinkedIn content. Like, they pay him good money. Like, he doesn't create his content for LinkedIn, for Instagram or this thing, but he knew how to create content. That I said, these programs are giveaway, because on the GOP program, part of what I teach them that is very important is writing content, as in creating content for like an article for a LinkedIn page. It's very important that I teach them. But I'm teaching it on the hard skill of content creation, where people are going to learn social media and content creation. I will teach them that particular LinkedIn, because I don't want a situation where they will not go and start hustling and start chatting people up on their LinkedIn. I create content for your Instagram page. I want a place that if the only thing they decide to do is create LinkedIn content for LinkedIn pages, they will continue to earn, because this is a niche that is not common. So when I tell you, you cannot find my program outside, it's not brag. You can't. So I'm sure the question in your mind is, why are you offering it for this thing? I'm a social enterprise, so the fee is subsidized, but it's not free. I don't believe in free. You must invest in yourself. I told you my story. I invested time, money, and resources, everything. What else are the questions that are here? I've taken that question. So my sister, I need to know where you are going. With that, I did this, I did that. If you have taken my 14 steps, this person, that's a program on GOP, did you take the second part of the course? Or did you pay for half of the course? Now, because the first part of the course talks about brand clarity, where you first define what phase am I in my life on GOP. That is the first thing we do. GOP is a 5-in-1 program. Brand clarity, profile building, LinkedIn optimization, how to position to attract the opportunities, and how to maximize the opportunities when it's a 5-in-1 program, right? So if you have taken the brand clarity part, which is the very first part, you will know by now that I always advise you on the GOP that Do not jam-pack your LinkedIn profile with everything. The question is, what are you trying to acquire? So please, Lucy, what batch of GOP are you? Have you completed the course? If you have, you did your brand clarity program at the beginning. You did the clarity assignment where I asked you to journal, to take a personality test, to ask, and I told, when you finish doing everything, rate yourself and ask yourself, where am I going? That is the kind of profile you should now build for LinkedIn. So if that is what you did, and you say you now want to go back, that means your profile should be shouting, I am the value for where you want to be. That is, you say you want to go back to your sales executive, right? You want to go back to my business development, meaning your LinkedIn now has to reflect you as the best man for the job in the business development. Doctor, how much does it cost to do all the 5 modules in Skilled for Work? I mean, a whole package that will prepare me for global opportunity. 5 modules. No, we don't have 5 modules. So, okay, let me explain. Skilled for Work is the academy. It's like I said, University of Lagos is the school. But in marketing and communications, you have law. Skilled for Work is the school, academy. Now, inside the Skilled for Work, we have a 3-step approach. What is a 3-step? We call it model. Meaning, we have identified what is stopping people from getting jobs. Soft skill is one pillar. Hard skill is one pillar. Internship, which is real work experience on a project, is one pillar. So we have now said that our program, you can decide to start from the first one, soft skill. That soft skill is what we call the workplace foundational skill. This one right here, please let me delete all this at the top of my list. I don't need it again. Do you understand? You see this one? You see this thing I'm showing you on my screen? That is what the course is. Workplace foundational skills program. That is the one that is what? $40. It's ridiculous, right? $37,625. That is $40. Do you understand? So all these things, the one I gave you access to is this one, this module 1. So when you pay the $37,625 in full, you will take module 2. This module 2 that I said Google Tools. Let me show you another screen so that you understand what I'm talking about. I have only recorded module 1 and 2. I want to show you my recorder. Like, I want to show you like where I've been recording my stuff, right? I will share a new screen with you. So you will see all the lessons. I've just started recording module 3. Do you understand me? I've just started recording module 3. See what I have recorded. You see all these lessons? Can you see? Lesson 1, module 1, lesson 2, module 2, lesson 6. Are you seeing lesson 12 of module 2? Are you seeing it? Lesson 13, module 2, lesson 14, module 2. That means in this thing alone, in module 2 alone, you have 14 lessons. Do you understand? You have 14 lessons teaching you like I'm teaching a child, Montessori. Put this here, put this here. See, this program, if your pastor ever says, we want to empower 100 youth, say, Pastor, go and meet Dr. Deering. Enroll them into the Skilled for Work Academy. Let them start with the foundational knowledge. Because you see, 100 people that they enroll, the church will come back and say, let me dash you money. Because they have now really been empowered. They can now work. I always say, any knowledge for me that doesn't translate to employability, you won't find me doing it. If I'm working in UN Live, all the money I Train Africa will make in 1 month, I will earn more than that. Which is why I say, when you ask me why it's subsidized, it's because it's a purpose for me. Do you understand? So not because that is the value of the program. If I decide tomorrow to wake up and say you pay 200,000, it will be worth it. Do you understand me? So whether I'm doing free, subsidized, or paid, or highly paid, I give value every single time. Every single time. I don't care whether, you know why? The only reason why I can wake up and tell you that my GOP is going back to 250,000 is because there's value on it. I don't need to re-record the course. The value is enough. Do you understand? So from that module 2 to module 3, can you see it? I've already even put the weeks. In week 1, you do module 1 and 2 because I expect that you would have taken module 1 even before you start the course. And in this module 2, you see this Google Tools is 12 lessons. So week 2, you will do module 3, where I will be teaching you Grammarly, plagiarism, Jekka, meeting tools, Zoom, visual collaborative, this thing, conferencing tools, open, design this thing. That's what I'm teaching you, all these things. In week 3, I will now be teaching you how to do research. All this my academic this thing will come into this thing. ChatGPT, use of Google Scholar, this thing. So even if you're in undergraduate, you're wondering how you are going to do this, I'll be teaching you basic tricks I use during my own research to use Google Scholar and all those things. Then communications, that's fundamentals, how to type email. So when you type email, somebody is not asking what exactly you mean. Me, I don't come here to teach theory and say, what is communication? I don't have time for that kind of nonsense. It is how to use Slack. You know, what is Slack? If you're working in this thing, you think they're using WhatsApp to chat in international team? No. If they must chat, it's on Slack, as in real stuff. Email etiquette, social media communication, Slack, and all those, that is what I'm teaching in that place. Then number 5, the biggest challenge I have seen when people or white people cannot work remotely, not to talk of internationally, is their ability to manage themselves. They don't have to-do lists. They don't have personal planners. They can't create Gantt charts. They don't know what Airtable is. They don't know all these things. So if anybody has to employ you remotely, you have to be able to manage yourself and communicate the completion of your tasks appropriately. So when you say, hey, I want to work remotely, I always say, my sister, can you manage yourself? Do you have a planner? Do you know how to use Airtable? Can you report your work? Rate of completion, the level of completion. Every week, I'm looking for something, maybe to-do lists. Every week, my team has a weekly team meeting where we write our to-do list, right level of completion, and all that stuff on this Google Drive. Do you understand? Now, in 6, organization for work, meeting agendas, developing simple proposal for partnership, writing minutes, presentations like concept notes. See, I should stop because I'm looking at all this and I'm asking myself, Jerry, are you sure that price is not going to increase by April? That's what I'm asking myself right now. Like, I use years to learn, money to learn, serious money. Then I'll be introducing you. This is not the advanced program. Before someone will come and say, you teach me, I will not teach you GOP on this program. GOP is a 12 hours program on its own, where I'm teaching advanced knowledge on how to build visibility on LinkedIn to attract opportunities. So what you see here in Module 8 is introducing you to the act of self-selling, meaning if you have a skill and you wanted to self-sell, introduction to it, introduction to your basic CV, like you are a beginner, 1-page CV, how you structure it, simple and short, no long thing. Introduction to cover letter, the basic, introduction to you gathering a portfolio, people that are in the design space or those things, you read portfolio, not CV, introduction to LinkedIn, basics. I'll teach you all those introductions. When you now start earning money and you want to start positioning on a big scale, you can now go to the advanced program to go and learn LinkedIn positioning and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure we need to go in 5 minutes. Let me see one question that is very important that I've not answered. Listening for implementation. Listening for implementation. True. Yeah, I already said it. Please send the link to GOP payments. Have you sent the link? Mayowa send the link to GOP payments. Moina, please send the link to GOP payments to that person. Please, again, I'm repeating, if you're a professional on this call and you have an intention to join GOP, after April, by 1 1 minute past 12, April 4. The program is 268,000 something. Please note. I'm just saying it so I will not say you did not hear. I must say you have got the strategy. I give it to you, ma. Thank you very much, Alima Adeboye. Please, I will update the recording link as I did not join from the beginning. Please go to YouTube. It's on our YouTube channel. Hello, ma. Hello, ma. Please, can someone who wants to pay for GOP program also do the SFW at the same time? Yes, in the case, GOP is starting in July, the next batch. The next batch this year is July. So the batch people are paying for now is July. So when you pay for GOP, what is on GOP? 2 online courses, 1 ebook, then 3 months of WhatsApp support, and 4 live workshops within 1 month. That is what is on GOP program. So when people pay us for GOP, within 24 hours, we enroll them into the online courses. There are 2 online courses. 1 course is 5.5 hours. 1 course is 5.5 hours. The first course is profile building and brand clarity. The second course is LinkedIn optimization and positioning. Then at the live workshop, I'll now teach you strategies of when I'm working internationally. These are the kind of things I look at. If your UK colleague says XYZ, this is what they really mean. They're not saying this one. It's because they're not telling you with mouth. All those like nuances. I teach you strategies, maximizing and things like that. That is what I teach you during the workshop. But the main knowledge, what I call my PPP framework, is on the online courses. So once people pay, we give them the online course, let them start learning. Then they wait till July. So what I call batch, we are in batch 6 right now. Some people in batch 6 paid me in November before we started this batch 6 2 weeks ago. Why? Let them go and be learning. That thing is work. It's an advanced program. It's work. Just so we are clear. It is work. But does it work? Yes. And I can show you behind the scenes. People have filled my survey form. I was still analyzing the survey form before this meeting. I can click on it right now and like show you, like without editing anything, like see what is there. So you will know that people actually get results. So it's not, but it's work, it's advanced work. What timing for the course is an online course. If you are talking about the workplace foundational skills, an online course. So it is self-paced. So what we do is in week 1, we will say week 1, on day 1, focus on, we give you access to the course. Do you understand? Week 1, all day, this thing, nothing. But on day 1, focus on this, on day 2, focus on this, on day 3, focus on this. But if somebody can say, oh, my entire module, I will sit down on Saturday, listen to it, implement, please note, my programs are not Netflix. My programs are not Netflix. If you've taken the free module, you know by now. You will submit quiz. There is no exam. I don't do the educational system. There's no exam. Quiz means I want to see, can you practice it? Can you do it? So on the program, if you sign up for this batch, on April 2, we do onboarding. On April 17, or April 16 or something like that, we do the first workshop. People that have signed up, I've sent the calendar to them. Where is that? I've sent the calendar to them, people that have signed up, like April 17, we have, so the only ones you need to attend live are the workshops. Like, and it is, the workshop, is it 5 to 7? Muina, please, what is the time for that workshop? Is it 5 to 7 or something? But I can't remember. Please check that thing for me. We've created the calendar. So the workshops are, is it 5 to 7? Why? Because we know some people might be working. So no, is it 5 to 7 or 3 to 5? Something, West African time. In the live workshops, apart from your quiz that you are submitting on the support group, every time we are commenting to. Apart from that quiz, the next thing you will do is, during the live workshop, we will put you in a team. We will group you together, like in a real work environment, the way you have a team. Jonathan, we will put you into breakout rooms on Zoom and say, team 1, team 2, team 3, like, this is the task. We give you time, 45 minutes. Oh, my father wants to have a 70th birthday party. I will give you the brief. Like, I'll give you the brief. I won't tell you what to use. I say, please, I want you to collect information from 100 people. I will give you the brief. Then in your team, you will sit down. You will start asking yourself, how do we brainstorm? Meaning, someone in your team will say, oh, for us to brainstorm together, let's use Miro. Let's create Miro, a collaborative work tool, so we can drop our ideas. Meaning, all the things I've taught you, you will put it to use. And there will be somebody going from room to room, checking, how are they completing this exercise? Are they using Miro? Are they fighting themselves? Then we come back and give you feedback and say, team 1, You are fighting instead of it to be brainstorming on Miro. Team 2, you did not create a survey form. Team 3, I sent you an email during this activity. You did not reply because you did not check your email. If you are at work, you need to be checking your email. And even as you are working, you need to know how to multitask. That is the kind of way I'm running it, which is why I said that this program, I'm running it like an MBA in Harvard. Like, you know, the way they run MBA, case study, group work. That is what I am doing. By the way, yes, I learned how to teach from a World Bank master trainer. I'm an educator through and through. So when you come on my programs, you will know that I'm an educator because I implement the best practices of teaching for the 21st century. I'm an educator. That's my most important title. Please, ma'am, where can I get the module? How much does it cost to do all the? So all the modules on this, that's the 8 modules, is 37,600 for batch 1. I keep saying it. I cannot tell you the same price as batch 2. I can't. Do you understand? How can I join the Skill Academy? This is my first time of hearing about you. Really, Chi, you can, I think people have replied, Chi, Nyem, Uzuamaka, you can start for free by getting our free link. You can join us right now in batch 1 at 7,600 to get on the Skill for Work. For like info. Please, I need a link to personality steps. Type 16 personalities or get on the free this thing. Get on the free, it is on the course. Taking notes during brainstorming session, fantastic. I like that particular thing, taking notes during brainstorming session. I would have used it for meeting this thing, fantastic. To take minutes of meeting, I would have used it to take minutes of meeting, fantastic. I would have used it for our strategy committed meeting, fantastic. You are hitting the nail on the head, doctor. Please, can I get the link to the personality tests? Someone has replied, screen not clear. I've done that. How much is the global career part? 161,250. Can I pay instrumentally at first time? Yes. I explained that already. You can pay 37,650. You can pay another 37,650 by the end of next month, so you can get on the art skill. Then you can balance it, get on the global career path. So yeah, you can pay up to 3 times for the global career path, but it has to be within 3 months. You can't pay after, like, if the first one you paid was March 1, you must have committed your payments before July 1. Do you understand? So March, April, before June 1, you must have completed before June 1. Or else you have to pay in full. Like, we won't count it as a continuous program. I don't have the amount, but I want to participate in the learning program. You don't have the amount. Here is one of the methods I teach my people on my programs. Why? Because it's my life experience. My sister, when she finished university from Unilag, I have a fashion business. I started my business journey from fashion. She said she wanted to learn makeup, but before she finished, she used to help me in my shop to sew. When I'm understaffed, she used to help me. Then she said, Auntie Jane, please, can you give me money? I want to go and learn makeup. I said, I don't have money. I said, what can you render me? She said she can render me a service. I said, pitch yourself to me. She's my blood sister. If you've taken GOP before, I used that as an example of GOP, Zainab. I said, he said, she was looking at me. I said, here is what I'm going to help you do. When people tell me they don't have money, I said, it is your mindset. You are not seeing the kind of value you can offer another person to get your money. I told her, and that is why I'm advising you. She was a beginner. She was still as in she had just finished, she had not served. Then I told her, I said, how much is a makeup training? She said, maybe then 35,000. I can't remember. I said, will you like to work? Like, based on you can sew. She didn't think about the skill she had that she could sew. I said, I'm understaffed. She said, but I want to join this batch of the makeup training. I said, that is the point. You go to, I will advance you on the, because she was my sister. I said, I will pay for your makeup training. You will come to my shop to deliver the value to me. And she did. She will go to makeup training in the morning. She will come to my shop and resume. She will work till 9. Some of you have family members that you can deliver value to in whatever shape or form. But you are waiting for them to dash you the money to self-develop. I don't do it. I always say, you need to take the initiative for your own self-development. That is what I always say. And that's why I use real life examples. You can say, oh, me, I went to borrow $700. You cannot do that. Fine. I just told you my sister, what exactly I did to her. I said, I will not give you that money. You want to self-develop, right? You need to give up something for that, you'll make up this thing. Go in the morning, come back and sew for me. After 1 month, she had completed the sewing because I used to pay by commission. She had completed the sewing. That was back in 2018 or 2019. She completed the sewing and she was free to go. That is what I did. So please, dear young person listening to me, what is limiting you is not money. What is limiting you is your ability not to be able to identify of what you can give in value to get the resources you need for your self-development. Some people are sitting down. And by the way, when I was sewing, I was already on a PhD program. My friends will come to my shop, they will be laughing. You can imagine, I went to University of Lagos, I passed. I went to University of Lagos. If you are in Nigeria, you know what that means. Like I was a baby girl. Do you understand? My friends are working the bank, big places. And they'll be, as some of them will be saying, Obioma. If you're Nigerian, you understand what that means. Obioma means like tailor, like street tailor. But guess what? There is dignity in labor. I did not flinch one bit. Because why? While I was running my PhD program, I couldn't work full time. So I had to run the business. I had to use my creativity to earn money. So I was earning money from my fashion business so that I could use to maintain my lifestyle and fund my future. My future was me acquiring that PhD to be an educator, to be able to do what I'm doing right now. So I was doing what was unbecoming of someone that was on a PhD. You can imagine somebody calling you doctor and you are sewing clothes. I give my life example so people don't think that when I'm talking, I've not experienced it, but they have. No. I watched a documentary on CNN. There is a University of Lagos girl that goes to do labor on weekends, and she goes to school during the week. I always say, the question is, how important is your self-development to you? Then you will sit and think of strategies to achieve it. So when people first tell me money is my challenge, I say, it can never be. You have two hands, you have two legs, you can see, you can walk, you can do everything. And you have not thought about how you are going to maximize your good health, hands, legs, for a family member that is looking for a nanny. Say, can I babysit? You will go and propose a proposal. You know what, auntie, I can see you are really super stressed. Ordinarily, I would have done this for you for free. But because I have this, like, people like people that come to them with value. And not say, auntie, can you dash me money? I want to take a course. Imagine you go to your auntie and say, auntie, you know what? As in, I've been seeing you stressed of late. You've been fetching water. You've been doing this. You've been doing that. I'm out of school and I've seen this wonderful program. I really want to get on it. I believe that I don't want to keep coming back to you to come and collect money. This particular program is this amount. I have only 1,000 naira from it if I'm able to save this thing. But I know I cannot wait because the longer I wait, this program might get more expensive. Here's what I'm proposing to you, auntie. I know you've been saying you're looking for your house help. I know, don't think about it. Like, I'm not your house help, but the truth is you are going to give your house help money. You are going to give this person, your laundry person, money. You are going to give your director. Let me do this thing for 1 month. How much is it equivalent to? Auntie, all you need to do is advance me on that this thing. I'm going to render this service to you for the next one. I can bet you when your auntie is going to be like, where did this girl get the smarts? They will, in fact, say, take the money. I don't even I don't want you to even render the service again. Why? People love when you propose value to them. People hate freeloaders. Freeloaders annoys people. Do you understand me? You have value in you. You just need to identify what value do I have? Who can I offer the value to? And there is dignity in labor. That is one thing I learned in the UK. You will see a rich man's son. We will go to Primark. We'll be doing weekend work. Whereas a Nigerian that came, that you are a hustler, your father does not even have money. He'll say, me, I cannot do sales girl in Primark. And I'm like, what do you have? I beg. How much is the global career path? I can say, yes, I've talked about it. I've combined them. And yes, I've talked about it. I just joined. What's the amount? 37,625 is the amount for the first leg. That's it. So the most important, like the basic everyone must have. Can I pay instrumentally as a first-time student? See, yes, I said it. I can pay instrumentally. I can pay 37,600 first. Sorry, 37,625 or thereabout. You pay again another this thing. That is if you want to join the global career paths. That's the one that has the soft skill, the hard skill, and the internship of 8 weeks. Yes. And even if you want to join just the soft skill and the hard skill, that's a flex. You can pay for the soft skill first. End of the month, you balance it so you can join the next hard skill. And some people have even paid us for some hard skill, but after they took the clarity module, someone paid us for digital marketing. She took the clarity module. She said, she doesn't like numbers, that she wants to do product management. So I told the person that, yeah, that they have till the end of the month to we'll give them a Google form to decide. But by the end of the month, they can't change again. They need to decide so we can know how many people we are sending to each facilitator. What is the timing for the course, please? Please, its duration is 6 weeks. So it is 8 modules in 6 weeks, 4 live workshops. The first workshop is April, so the last workshop is May 15 or thereabouts. Onboarding and offboarding. The 2 middle workshops are the most important ones, and the onboarding, of course, because that is where we do all those group activity. I give you execute the task, you do work and everything. Explain the timing. So the online course itself is self-paced. That is, you give you access to it, you watch at your pace. But we give you guidance on the community and say, this today, please, we want you to have watched lesson 1 and 2 in module 1, lesson 2, and we give you guidance. We will split it in such a way that even if you're in transit, you are going to work. 1 hour every day is enough for you to complete your learnings. 1 hour every day is enough for you to complete your learnings. 1 hour of your chosen time. So you can start to say, I wake up in the morning, I study it, I wake up in the night. It's self-paced. Hello, Mark, please, can someone who wants to do a GOP program also do SLW at the same time? Yes. In that case, does one have to pay for the programs individually? Yes. There are 2 separate. GOP is on a different academy. Like, they are both under iTrain Africa. SLW is a different academy. It is for beginners. That's an advanced program. Beginner program is not, it's like going to school and say, oh, I want to go to University of Lagos because I've paid school fees for mass communication. I won't pay school fees for a lawyer. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a school. There are different programs. Please, I would appreciate the recording link as I did not join this thing. It's on YouTube. Go to iTrain Africa. Find iTrain Africa on YouTube. It's on YouTube. I must say you've got the stride. I give it. Thank you. If I pay for the global program, let's cover the workplace foundational skills program. No, it is a school. There are different schools. Like, it is a school. So in our iTrain Africa, we have more than 10 programs. Do you understand me? So you cannot say, if I pay for one program at iTrain Africa, I have paid for all the programs. Do you understand? That is the way it runs. So Global Opportunities Program is an advanced program for this thing. We have business grant course. We have scholarship course, SOP. We have ebooks. We have even this program at the Skill for Work Academy. We have 5 programs. We have Workplace Foundational Skill. We have Global Career Flex, which is 1 hard skill and 1 soft skill. We have Global Career Pro, which is 1 soft skill, 1 hard skill internship. We have Digital Enterprise, which is learning a combination of things in our own site. We have Transition Workers. So you cannot say, I paid for one thing, you will give me everything. Do you understand me? There are different programs. Please, Ma, the module 1 link, please, Ma, attend to my question. I've attended to your question, Lucy. Module 1 link. Module 1 link. Somebody has sent it several times. Okay. Someone has sent it several times. Module 1 link. I don't know. Lucy, I've attended to your question. I don't know. Module 1 link. Muina, didn't you give her the module 1 link? I don't know. You've sent it to her, Lucy. Lucy, they've sent it to you. So I really I'm fasting. I will need to go and break my fasts. I know there are so many questions, but yeah. I've dropped you module 1 link, Lucy, so we've answered your question. So if there's any question I didn't answer, please forgive me. On Thursday, I'll be interviewing someone. Please attend that session. That guy is one of the best technical person you will find in Nigeria. He has taught at Decagon, the most expensive coding school you would ever hear of. ALX, Aptech, and Co are behind that school. This guy works remotely for Zenith Bank, and his colleagues are across Africa. He doesn't go to the bank to work. He has vast knowledge. He has been a technical mentor for 54,000 African students in the coding space. When I say I bring the best of the best people to you, you learn from, I always say mentorship doesn't have to be sit down and talk to me. This thing I'm doing is mentorship. Do you understand? Please join that session. You'll be glad you did. Can I've answered all that one? Hello, ma, please, can someone have answered that? Please, I appreciate the recording. I've answered that. If I pay for the group, will you cover the no? Please, ma, the one link, I've done that. Please, ma, attend to my question. I've done that. Can I join the two programs I've attended? Yes. How much will that be? You can join GOP before April 4. GOP is 107,500. As at this first batch, SFW is 37,650. Please note, I always put timeline. I said for this batch one that is closing March 28th, it is 37,650. It is 75% subsidized. The original price of the program is 140,000, excluding tax. It is 75% subsidized for batch one. Can you pay now and take, like I said, every month we have a new batch for the SFW. Every quarter we have a new batch for the Add Skill program. Then by annually, we do internship placements twice a year. 4 times in a year, we run the Add Skill. That means on June 3. So if you are taking workplace foundational skills now, we will finish it by the middle of May. We will start Add Skill, whatever Add Skill you are taking, product management, project management, all the Add Skill we have at the academy. All of you will start simultaneously. Do you understand? Simultaneously, June 3. It will end middle of July. Then internship placements will start first week of August. So between that now and this thing would have had 5 workplace batches, because we have batch 1, April, for workplace skills. Batch 2, why? Workplace skill is compulsory. So by the time we are joining Add Skill, in Add Skill that is starting June 3, we would have had 2 batches of workplace skill. That's the soft skill. So if you don't join soft skill starting April batch, you can join soft skill starting May batch. But all Add Skill batches is starting June. And it will take another 3 months before the next Add Skill will start. So for instance, if you join soft skill, if you pay for soft skill now, 2 people have paid for soft skill now and say, I will start in May because they want this price. Do you understand? So, and they will continue with the Add Skill in June. So that time they would have done 4 weeks of the 6 weeks of this thing when they start the Add Skill in June. Some people have done that because they just need to plan their time or something. So yeah, that works also that way. Lucy, I've answered your question on, is the SFW meant for you? Now I want to go back to you. Say, is SFW, if you don't have soft skill that you can use to work remotely, which is in this curriculum, if you say you have worked in all these places, I don't know your capacity in terms of the soft skill. And I've also replied to, can I get the mode want to listen and watch? Yes, I've given you the link. Do you understand, Lucy? I've dropped the link. Do you understand? So the free one. So when you say, is the SFW meant for you? You can have been working, but you don't know how to use Miro collaboratively. You don't know how to do up-in setup. You cannot stream from Zoom to YouTube. You cannot do fundamentals in a digitally enabled workplace. Like you cannot work remotely because there are some things you don't know. Then it is for you. There are many people that have joined SFW now. They have experience. There was a lady, Blessing. She paid immediately, like almost immediately. She said she knew that on her work, that she was outdated, but she did not know what she was lacking. But she knew something was missing. Then she watched that free. Then she said, I'm joining. She's working. She's not looking for work. But she knew she was lacking something, but she didn't understand it until I defined there is a space for soft skill, hard skill, then internship. Then she's joining us on the SM. So, Lucy, is the soft skill you have from working enough to work remotely in a global space? If it's not, join SFW now. Pandemic. You mentioned product management and internship. Do you organize courses in tech or boot camps with internship, and how do I apply? We have, the academy is structured 3. Soft skill, everybody needs it. But the hard skill academy that is starting June 3, we have 5 programs: project management, product management, program coordination, digital marketing, social media / content creation. So it means that the hard skill academy, yes, we organize courses, online courses, 6 weeks. It also goes for 6 weeks. So on June 3, we will have 5 programs running concurrently in the technical school. But we don't do coding. We do no code technical school. We don't do coding for now. When I say no code, you are working in the tech space, but you are doing things like product management and all this. It is no code. And what is our approach? If you joined this meeting earlier, I said, I am not employing teachers to teach you. I don't believe in that approach. I feel it's not going to be relatable. I am employing professionals to teach you. My project management facilitator is based in Australia. She has 14 years of work experience. She's working as a project manager on a big project. The product management person, he has 20+ years experience working as a product manager and project manager. So when I say I'm holding meetings with my facilitators on Saturday, you know what I'm doing? I believe their experience is what I need for you. So instead of me to employ a teacher that will be teaching theory, I am sitting down on Saturdays and teaching my facilitators how to teach in my own way. When I tell you that skill for work, I did not wake up to start it because I feel like. I did 3 years of research. I've discovered that the best schools in the world, Ivy League business school, Harvard, why they pay so much money for them is because it is experiential. Teachers are people that have work experience. Then they train them on how to facilitate. I don't bring teachers to teach. If you joined my listing last week, Latifa said she has 6 years of customer management listing. We have 10 courses, but we are offering only 5 courses in the technical school. We are offering only 5 courses in batch 1 of the art skill, the technical school. After that batch, we'll add another 5 programs, right? We are adding CRM, customer relationship management. I'm having 3 facilitators on that program. Latifa will come with her experience in the banking sector. I will have someone from my friend's team who has been handling sales, like regular sales in the manufacturing and product business. And I'll have someone from my team who handles customer relationship management in an edtech space. So they bring different things. There are some courses that will have multiple facilitators. Why? Customer relationship management in the tech space is different from your selling physical products. It's different from your working in a customer support in MTN or you're working in the bank. I want you to have real life work, diverse experience. That's the way I'm doing those technical courses that you call it. So we have a technical school. The courses in the technical schools are starting on June 3. Why? I need them to have first gone through the workplace foundational testing so that when my facilitator in project management is telling them, oh, now please open a Google document or open a Google Sheet. We need to do a Google chart, a Gantt chart. They're not asking my facilitator, what is Gantt chart? I don't want you to frustrate my facilitator because they are professionals and know what they are doing. So I don't need you to be asking them questions. Please, I cannot hear you. How will I join on Zoom? I cannot hear you. That is part of what I'm teaching on the foundation now. How you will join Zoom with audio and not be shouting, I cannot hear you in the comment section. Please send a link to GOP payments. They've done that. Please, that will be the all. That's all. Yes. I was in that call with Latifa. That's all. I have over 5 years on. I've answered all this, please. I answered your question, Lucy. You have dropped it 3 times. I didn't answer your question. I told you I explained that part. Go and watch the replay of this meeting on YouTube. You see that I've answered your question. I've given you the link on how to watch this free. I've also told you that you can take GOP and this thing together. And I've also told you that your course, you need to go back to go and watch your course and go and do brand clarity. And I told you that what you are going to position on LinkedIn has to be based on where you want to be now, not what you have been. I've answered your 3 questions 2 times, Lucy. What soft skill should I add to make up my marks? What soft skill? Soft skill is a combination of skills. So when you say soft skills, it's workplace foundational skills combined. You see all these things I was showing you in that module, they are all soft skills. Typing email, organizing meeting, using calendar, to-do list, all those things. All the things on this program, workplace, they are soft skills. They are soft skills or life skills. So you cannot say what soft skills is a combination of everything you need to work aside the main work itself. That is soft skill. Whew, and that is the end of all the questions in this comment section. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Ma'am, for the soft skill, can I pay for? Like you want to break 37,000 into 2? No. Batch 5. Batch 5, Lucy, if you are batch 5, you still have access to your course. Go back to your course and go and do your brand clarity well. Listen to the very first part of that course. Listen and implement it. I was very clear. Batch 5 is December batch. I will go and watch the replay of the workshop 2. You will learn on it. When is your next GOP? I'm starting it in July, but the price is increasing April 4. When I say I'm starting the support in July for everybody that pays. The person that paid for GOP yesterday, we've given them the 2 online courses to go and start self-studying. The support is in July. The course is not starting in July. This course starts exactly when you pay. This session is quite impactful. I'm glad I joined. I'm very particular about personal development. I'm glad you also did, Chioma. I'm glad you also did. Please, I came in late. Can I have a recording? It is on YouTube. Thanks a lot for your time. Thank you too for coming. Thank you always, Mama. My advice to everyone, don't sleep on it. Join the SNW Academy. Sekina David, thank you so much. She was on GOP batch 5. I have made payments for clarity session, but I'm yet to get booked. I'm also interested in global opportunity. Clarity session, one-on-one. I don't know, somebody pay for clarity session. Muina, Muina has not communicated. Muina, have you communicated to the person? I don't know. I know somebody, Muina told me you are on it. Okay, you've communicated to her. So she will communicate to you. Can I combine the global career path and foundational skills, and what's the total cost? Chinyem, on the global career path, workplace is already inside it. So what is the global career path? It is the workplace foundational skills program, plus one art skill you want to learn, plus internship in that art skill you learn. So the 3, workplace, art skill, plus internship is what is 161. That is a 150K plus tax of whatever. That's 161,625. Do you understand? The global career path is like a comprehensive program. That is what I'm saying. When is the deadline for payments of the first module? Of the first one, March, that's in 2 days, March 28th. We are starting the program. If you need to pay after March 28th, but before April 2, send Moina a WhatsApp message. You know why I'm saying it? I don't want to explain what I'm saying, but send her a message so that she would say, as in, you can pay that 37,625, should in case the price change. So if you know that you cannot pay before March 28th, but you still want to join by April 2, you want to pay this price, please ensure that you send Moina a WhatsApp message and say you will pay before April 2. Which of the platform can you get? You can join iTrain Africa or our email list. Are you on our email list, Ijeoma? Every Friday, we send newsletter to our email list. Please check your email. That is one of the things I teach on this Workplace Foundational course. People have missed global opportunities because they refuse to check their email. Check your email, please. Thursday LinkedIn events, 5 to 7 p.m. West African time. 5 to 6:30. Yes, you have answered my question. Ma'am, for the soft skill, can I pay for? No. Okay, yes, you can pay. Moina and my team, they are doing something, yes, to say, I think she and the team members, they sat down this afternoon and said, Doc, they will, because I told them that I cannot handle that nonsense of, like, there's going to be too much wahala. So they have agreed to undo that 2 times payments for the first one themselves, which means that you will pay 20K twice. They have agreed to coordinate it. So reach out to Moina. Moina will handle it. But please note, if you are paying that one half, it's 40,000. So it will be 20,000 2 times. Thank you, Doc. A relief. Okay. Link to the Global Career Path payment. Please, okay, Moina has done that. Is this a replacement for the personal clarity session? No, this is not a replacement. You paid for a one-on-one clarity session. Personal clarity session is one-on-one. Okay, you paid for one-on-one. They would send you a link for Zoom. We'll come, we'll sit down, we'll talk. Okay, it's not a replacement. This is a general care. So everybody, thank you so much for coming. I really need to leave. It's been an amazing time speaking with you. I will allow you to be able to unmute yourself now and say your last whatever. Anybody can talk now before we end this meeting. Thank you so much. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much.
Say a good night. You can unmute yourself if you want to.
Very thorough.
You can unmute yourself if you want to. And if you don't want to, just good night.
Thank you, Doctor. I really appreciate it.
Thursday.
Now, thanks so much, Doctor.
Bye.
Have a wonderful time. Bye.
Thank you so much. I believe that when I meet you one-on-one, I will get some things straightened out. You know the path I'm going to the training.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye. Good night.
Bye. Thank you.